while it's in session, you're not allowed to have your phone out. That goes for everybody.
Tacopina asked me about a shooting range that I went to in Los Angeles. I forget the dates, but that was 2 weeks prior to me texting Rakim, and I was there on a business trip, finalizing my jewelry company that I had, and I was staying with my business partner.
The exhibit that you're talking about, was that a video that was played when you at a shooting range?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and are you saying that, well, since, what was it that you did over the weekend that helped you refresh your memory on where that video was captured?
Well, I went through my Instagram story because I didn't understand the question he asked. It was too fast. It was 3 years ago. I didn't know I needed homework.
So you went back through Instagram to look at the videos surrounding that to figure out where that video was shot? And it was from that you figured out that you were in Los Angeles at that time?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the date that video was captured?
I think it was.
Well, I think the testimony on cross was that it was captured on October 19th of 2021. Does that sound right?
No, that's correct.
And when you went back and looked at the video, was that what you observed as well?
Yeah, I had a story mode with a bunch of pictures, and I had multiple guns, not the 2 guns he showed. I had a lot of guns on the table that I was using.
Okay. So my question though was that the video was shot on October 19th, correct?
Yes, it was.
You said you were here on business, correct?
Yes.
What, do you remember what day you flew in?
The 16th.
So October 16th, 2021?
Yes.
And after the video was shot, did you leave Los Angeles prior to this incident that we've been talking about in November?
Say that again, please?
Yes. So you fly in on October 16th.
Yeah.
The video is shot October 19th. When did you next leave Los Angeles?
The 20th.
Of October?
Yes.
Okay. And when you flew out of Los Angeles, was that also, where did you fly to, do you know?
I flew to New York, and then a few days later I went to North Carolina.
A commercial flight?
It was.
Okay. You were asked questions on cross-examination about what was contained in certain police reports. Do you know what's contained in the police reports?
No.
Have you read the police reports?
No.
Did you have any control over what the police wrote in the report? And if I may just clarify before you answer that, for instance, did the police officers read back to you, here's what I'm going to put in the report before they wrote their reports?
No.
Do you know what is captured in all of the surveillance video that was collected in this case?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to watch all of the video, or have you only been shown snippets or short clips from the video?
I was shown short clips and very few. I didn't see much.
Okay. Your Honor, I have my next exhibit, a DVD with a transcript.
It's a transcript?
It's a DVD with a transcript.
All right, the DVD will be 24. The transcript will be 25. And,
Yes, sir.
make sure everybody gets one. Yes, sir. You all have it?
You don't, Your Honor?
They don't, or?
Oh, they do. That's it. You do not.
Right, I don't.
I will give you. Let me see how it is. 1 second.
Copies?
Yes. This one. The video is the only file contained on this March 24. And I have it up there. It is, I believe that says 12 minutes and 56 seconds, Your Honor. I'm just going to play the video all the way back.
Do you want to, you should ask him if he knows what it is.
I was going to do that afterwards, but I have it paused here at the very beginning, Mr. Ephron. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, I'm looking at a video.
Are you depicted in that video?
Yeah.
Which one are you? You could point it out for us. Okay. I think he indicated the only person in the video wearing a hat specifically has, it looks like a red brand under it.
Yes.
And if the date stamp at the bottom here says December 17th, 2021, I know dates are hard for you to recall, but does sound about right on when you first watched surveillance video these days?
I guess so, yeah.
All right, would you trust the date stamp over your own memory?
Yeah.
And the two people that we see at the bottom of the screen, do you know what either of their role is in this case?
The just detectives, Medicine and Flores.
Oh, you remember their names too? Okay. So would Flores be the one more towards the center of the screen and Menifee be the one in the far bottom right-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Aaron, I'm gonna play the video.
Seems to take place. It's going to be pretty real because this is a far lens camera. This is a building we have in that location. That's see, this is the stop sign intersection. Oh, so the street up. Okay, right now is where you guys go left and front. Okay. So right now it's 22. Oh yeah, you guys see everything. 22, 12. So as you're walking, can you describe who's walking ahead?
Rocky's the first one ahead, explaining me, and it was on the side of me telling me, like, because they're listening to what I'm saying, like, being tough, like, I'm going to let them have it.
Right, you're mentee.
Yeah. So then, I think told me to get a little bit more closer to him before he shoots. When he shoots, the shit ricocheted and hit me. And then once it ricocheted, that's when he shot down every time, too. He shot down. So then the second time, but then he was not trying to shoot down the second time, because when I had Illz like this, he just running close and trying to shoot around Illz.
All right, so we're down to that point to see what kind of occurs. It's not that it's a great picture, but let's see what you can kind of best achieve.
Someone come in and grab the Illz too. You see me going right? How's my brother?
Okay, it's really big out. You can see figures, you can see the activity. That's why for sure to you,
I didn't want to go like, he told me I did not want to go to the cops right away. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Okay, we'll talk about that. I think it makes sense.
I'm going to clear the degree here because it happened right here. Okay, here we go. So you see, oh, okay, oh shit. When you back it a little bit, James, I told you Jamel ran. He ran and looked around the corner. It was the one that I was holding. See how he turned around and just started coming to the shooting? Go back up, right there, and we can get the time here. Alright, looks like the damage came in at 22:16:51.
So the first person this is on the Rakim.
Yeah, that's Rakim. You can't get one.
Alright, now we're just gonna look more somewhere behind him. Looks like he's wearing a red. And then there's two armed bullets.
So the person on the right is.
That's 12 lines. He's still trying to show me. Who's that? Oh, I don't know who it is. Rocky runs.
That's Rakim.
Yeah, it's Rocky runs. And that's 12 and that's me and Ills arguing.
You're arguing, pointing to one side of the screen, closer to the intersection where you guys came through.
Is that Ills looking up?
You take out that.
Yeah, I went to see when I went. Because me and Ills had words. After that, he had mad snot and crying from his eyes. And he said, "We're almost about to be killed." And I said, "Oh, nigga, I was fucking God. What the fuck you talking about?"
And I mean, that would make sense. I mean, I'm sure you'd be emotional too after that.
Yeah.
Alright. So, you good with that clip?
Play over time. So Rakim.
I still can't make out the activity that's so crazy, but it's
Right.
it's
The reason you're grabbing and you're showing the bills is
because he's shooting at me. He shot me the first time.
So when you
shot.
say at the stop sign, was that at the?
That's because when I turn Jamal turns, Rocky turns around.
Okay, at the stop sign.
Damn, there's something else right there.
Come around. 22:17. You see three people roughly scrambling around.
So she's at the stop sign, right? First time.
Oh, yes, that's it. Alright, so I'm literally grabbing those every which way. You can see the back of my hoodie. Like, that's why it was so bad, because I'm literally tossing every which way. Rocky's trying to run from me. You can see the back of my hoodie. I'm everywhere. I'm like in the back of the street, around the street.
Okay. Cool, next clip. And that's gonna be up to Mr. Lamar.
I'm gonna pause it there, Mr. Ephron. That's at 6 minutes and 3 seconds on the video player. Up to that point, the video that you were shown, is that the video from a distance that shows the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar that's blurry?
Yeah.
Okay. And we keep playing.
It's channel 5 of this Lamar. So it's going to be same location, different angle of the camera. It's going to be positioned a little bit on the other side of the building. So this just kind of faces as the street kind of curves around, it still faces the street. So when you see the people run away, you identify Rocky and then Terell, and then eventually goes walking. We'll see if we can identify these people as they go by. I'll get to the time. Just right there. It's only 22:17. Let's check right around 22:17, 37. Alright. So again, these are just different angles.
Yeah, that's why I really don't really understand, but it was just unfortunate.
Yeah, we trust you. Yeah, we look at everybody and everybody has a role. Some people, it doesn't mean that they're involved, that they knew. You know, that's why some
actually come.
some more witnesses, and I mean, that's just, like I said, it's unfortunate. There's one last video, I think we can do the exit.
Did y'all see how you pulled up? Did you see how he pulled up in his caddy truck, or how did he come? That's good, that's good.
Okay, this is where the street that they're walking on comes out to. This will be in Central, this is loading dock video. So the starts also around 10 o'clock, so I'm going to push forward.
Actually, you did that with this one?
Well, it's the direction of the rain, this is the only way the street empties out to. So
Yeah, this is, they go this way, this way, yeah. Back up to Hollywood Boulevard?
show everyone, you can tell us, but it's the same individual. Here. Yeah, it's like, can you describe now again what he's wearing there? He's wearing limestone hoodie. Did you see this license plate? Kind of more speed in the space. Next one, we will use copy, but if it wasn't for the rule, it looks like a fucking already. So, no doubt who this person is, obviously you encountered, you can see him in these video clips, we're talking about the same person.
And then still in pull to after that.
Right, it looks like he comes through maybe 10 minutes later, he's walking through the cameras. So, any review today?
Yeah. Alright. That's the end of the video. Mr. Ephron, does that video accurately reflect the very first time that you watched the surveillance video in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Tacopina asked you a lot of questions about specific times that certain events happened. Do you remember specific times that you sent text messages 3 years ago?
I don't even know, that's probably like a week ago,
Do you remember specific dates that you took photographs?
not 3 years ago.
Do you remember specific dates and times that you posted pictures to Instagram?
Not 3 years ago.
Are there many details that you have a clear memory of in this case, but you can't say exactly what time things occurred, or even necessarily exactly what order things happened? Is that a correct statement?
I mean, if I was prepared and understood, yeah, I'd be able to answer instead of not knowing.
Well, as this incident was happening, was this a traumatic incident to you?
It was.
Were there things about this incident that you were focusing on and things that you were not focusing on?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, were you, when the defendant pulled the gun out on you, were you focused on the gun?
Yeah.
In that moment, were you focused on what 12 was doing?
I mean, I got a little glimpse. I was mostly focused on Rakim.
Okay. Mr. Tacopina asked you about this photograph, April 17th. And I believe in his questioning of you, he asked you questions about either when the photograph was taken or when the injuries that you received in that photograph were from. I just want to clarify, do you remember the exact date that that picture was taken?
I do not, he didn't show me no time nor date.
Do you know if it was within a day or a couple days of the shooting in this case?
I know it was after the shooting because that's my hand. I just wasn't able to see the time.
The injuries in that photograph, were those the injuries you sustained at the time of the shooting?
Yes, it was.
When he asked you questions about those injuries, either he asked you or you mentioned something from the ground. What were you talking about related to the ground when it came to those injuries?
Like a ricochet or something.
Like something bounced off the ground and hit your hand?
Yeah, I wasn't able to tell, but I know instantly my hand was hot. Like after the first shot.
At the moment you're saying that you felt your hand was hot, where was your hand in relation to the ground?
On my side.
So it wasn't on the ground.
No, it wasn't on the ground.
Was it in the air?
Yeah, my hand was by my side.
Did you physically punch or strike Illz that night?
No,
Other than grabbing Illz by the sweatshirt, did you do anything else physical to Illz?
Nah, he was protecting me. Why would I, regardless of what I said to him, because that was the film, he was literally protecting me.
Which is your dominant hand, your right or your left hand?
All right,
And which hand was injured?
I left.
Okay. If you need me to pull up the surveillance video again, I will, but Mr. Ephron, at the moment the gun was fired, to your recollection of being there that night, was there anyone between the four of you who was acting like that gun was a fake gun?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain to the jury what you were doing with Illz in that moment that the gun was first pulled at the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
When it first got pulled,
Yes.
I was just shocked that he pulled the gun, and it was so close to me after the first shot. I just instantly ran and grabbed it.
Did you
I
get
didn't know
behind
what
him?
he. No, it wasn't behind me. He was off to the side of me, so it was easier to grab.
And what did you do?
I used him as a shield, a human shield.
How so?
Grabbed him up, put him in front of Rakim every which way.
Between the two of you.
Yeah,
Mr. Tacopina has alleged that not only was that a prop gun that the defendant had that night, but that you knew that was a prop gun.
Stand.
Have you heard that there's an allegation that the gun used that night was a prop gun?
you said that again, what?
Grounds for mediation, please.
I'll
I
go
have
to,
a formal question. Have you heard?
Excuse me.
so I'll ask the question again. Have you heard that there's an allegation that the defendant used a prop gun that night?
No, I never heard of a prop gun ever before in my life.
Never before.
Never before ever.
Well, you were asked questions on direct examination about a prop gun, correct?
From Tacopina, Mr. Tacopina?
No, when I asked you questions.
Okay.
So are you aware that there's an allegation in this case that the gun that the defendant had was a prop gun?
Objection, I couldn't sustain that question.
Oh, wait, can you,
Hold on.
I didn't understand the question.
The objection was overruled, it's still.
No, the first one. Allegation.
Oh. Yeah, just stay just the form of the question, just ask the question without editorial.
Sure. Are you aware that it is claimed that the defendant had a prop gun that night?
No, I'm not aware. I didn't know if you had a prop gun.
Did you believe that night that he had a prop gun?
Of course not.
At any point that night, did you accuse the defendant of shooting at you with a real gun?
Yes, I told him that in my text.
What text are you referring to that you sent him?
And when I sent him, probably like within 30 or an hour after, when I went back and found the bullets, I texted him, trying to kill me. Try to take me away from my daughter.
Okay. Are you referring to, and I can zoom in on People's 21, page 3, you tried killing me?
Yeah, he tried killing me.
All right. And then on page 7, was this the text you were referring to about taking you away from your daughter?
Yeah, that word set me up, trying to take me from my daughter.
Okay. At any point did he respond to your text messages to tell you that it was a fake gun?
No, never. He only responded after I hit his manager, John.
Okay, everything you have to know is stricken. Just, if you're asked a yes or no question, just please say after yes or no.
At any point in time after this incident, did you send a text message to 12B indicating that the defendant shot at you with a real gun?
Yes.
Honor, I'll mark my next exhibit.
26. How many pages?
It is 5 pages. This is just it is. I'm just going to show the first words. Okay. So this is the text. This is that page. And you guys want this one? All right, Aaron, while I'm at it, I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, 27. It's a 3-page document with text messages between Mr. Ephron and Illz.
What was 26?
26 was the text messages to 12.
Oh, 12.
Okay. So, Mr. Ephron, I'm gonna show you the top of people's 26. Do you recognize this to be your text thread between you and 12E?
Yes.
I know the numbers are blocked out, but you have it saved in your name as 12, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And that would be the same 12E that we've been talking about, who was present that night,
Yes.
okay? I want to go to page 2. In the middle of the page, there's a text message that you sent from Terell to 12E that said, "You good," and the time is at 9:44 p.m. on November 6th, correct?
Correct.
That would have been the last text message you sent him immediately before this incident. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. The very next text message, bottom of page 3, is a text message from you to 12E. It says, "Y'all set me up, no words," with an emoji. And that's November 8th, 2021 at 6:57 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So that would be your next message to 12E after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And if you need, I will approach and you can look through it, but did 12E ever respond to that text message to you?
Never.
You know that
I know that because
without even looking.
yeah, the only person who responded to me was Ills.
Okay. But 12, he never responded back to you to tell you that it was a fake gun, did he?
No,
Last equals 27. Okay. This one's gonna be a little more tricky, Mr. Ephron, equals 27. If you can, look at the front page. I have the numbers blacked out. And you didn't have this number saved in your phone. Would you agree? There's no nickname underneath it.
no, yes,
Can you tell though from the content that this is your text thread with Illz or Illijah? You need to go through, let me know.
I can't see what's said though.
So you receive a message,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
you respond, you responded, and then you receive the message.
Yes, those.
Okay,
Yes, those, Elijah.
you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So let's go to page 3. The middle text message on that page, November 6th at 10:07. You texted Illijah out front, correct?
Correct.
And that is, would you agree that's the last message you sent it to Illijah or Illz was prior to this shooting, correct?
Yeah, prior to leaving.
And then the last text at the bottom, that would be a text you sent to Illz on November 8th, 2021 at 6:56 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And it says, y'all set me up with a heart emoji, correct?
Yes.
Did Illijah ever respond to that text message?
Yeah, I think so. Me and Elijah was talking.
What did Illijah say in response?
Objection.
Grounds.
Hearsay.
At any point did Illijah respond to say that it was a fake gun that night?
Objection.
Your Honor, may I offer an offer of proof on that? It's being offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay, I see. All right. I understand. All right, the objection's over.
Did Illijah ever respond that night to say that it was a prop gun in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear about a prop gun or a starter pistol or a fake gun related to this case before January 21st, 2025, the day that jury selection started in this case?
That was the first time I ever heard about it.
If you had known or believed that the defendant had a prop gun, would you have to use Illz as a human shield?
I mean, that would happen. I don't even see the, no.
You described before that after you used Illz as a human shield, the defendant was trying to move around Illz. Was that your prior testimony?
That's correct.
Can you explain if he was using a prop gun and you knew it was a prop gun, and the defendant knew that you knew it was a prop gun, why he would have to move his body around Illz like that?
Objection. Forward question, I'll start with that one.
Speculation.
Speculation, forward question.
Sustain.
You were there that night, Mr. Ephron, correct?
What name?
November 6, 2021, the night you're talking about.
Yes.
Are you aware of any reason why the defendant would have needed to move around Illz like that if he was using a prop gun?
Objection, speculation.
Yes or no?
you say that again, please?
Yeah, are you aware of any reason why the defendant would need to move around Ills like that if he was using a prop gun?
No.
To your memory, based on being there that night, did 12 behave in a way that indicated that he knew it was a prop gun?
Objection. What, another?
That's not legal objections, so that's speculations. Right, can counsel make his own objections?
Get to speaking how he wants.
I'll ask him.
I'll ask you this.
Stop, both of you. The objection sustained.
You saw how 12 behaved that night, correct?
Correct,
You also saw how 12 behaved from the surveillance video, correct?
correct.
In your opinion, is that in any way consistent with a prop gun being used?
No,
How did he behave? How do you remember it?
he ran behind the wall.
Away from the defendant?
Yeah, he just was gone.
The witness took his hand, moved across his body as if demonstrating movement away from him, Your Honor. Inaccurate.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, how many shots did you believe the defendant fired at you to the best of your knowledge?
I said 3 or 4. I believe there was 3 or 4.
Have you consistently stated from your memory that the defendant fired 3 or 4 shots at you?
Yes, that was in all of my statements.
When you were interviewed by the police officer at the Hollywood station on November 8, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at you?
3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by a detective from the Hollywood station over the phone on November 9th, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at you?
I always kept it 3 or 4 because that's what I thought. The sound and I just thought it was 3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by the 3 detectives, Menifee, Flores, and Camacho over the phone on November 9th, how many shots did you tell them that you believe the defendant fired at you?
I always stuck with 3 or 4. That's what I thought it was.
And when you testified at the preliminary hearing on November 8th, 2023, you were asked how many times did the defendant fire the gun, what was your answer?
3 or 4.
When you went to the scene that night, how many expended cartridge casings did you find?
I found 2.
When you went to the police station, even though you only had 2 fired cartridge casings, did you still tell them that you thought it was 3 or 4 gunshots?
I did, because that's what I thought.
Are you aware that you've been accused by the defense of having planted those 2 cartridge casings at the scene?
I am.
Was there anything preventing you, if you planted those casings, from bringing the same amount of casings, 3 or 4, that you reported to the police?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, was there anything preventing you? If you actually did plant those cartridge casings, was there anything preventing you from planting 3 or 4 at the scene that night, like you later told the police had been shot at you?
Yeah, if I planned, I would have brought exactly what I said.
But you didn't plant them, correct?
No, I never planned nothing.
You brought in the 2 casings because that's what you found.
That's exactly what I found.
Object to the leading.
Meeting.
Was it much later in this case, after you heard audio from the video, that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired?
Read it back.
Was it much later in this case after you heard?
Start again.
Was it much later in this case after you heard audio from the video that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired at you?
Oh,
Yes, after I heard the audio, I realized it was 2 shots.
Had you heard the audio recording before you gave any of the statements to police or the prior DA, Fred Engel?
I only heard the audio in preliminary hearing, which was like almost 2 years later.
And that happened after all those statements to the police that we just went over.
Correct.
and the statement that you gave to the prior DA, Mr. Engel, correct?
Correct.
Did you even know that that video existed before it was played at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023?
What video?
The one that has audio, the two gunshots.
No, I didn't know that was, I didn't know a lot of evidence.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Speaking of saying, you always said 3 or 4 shots. Talk about Wally's cheek the other day. You remember Wally?
I don't remember, I mean,
You don't know who Wally is? Sorry?
let's go, Mr. Tacopina, let's go.
Well, we're gonna go when you answer my question. You know who Wally is?
I do.
Okay. In fact, you told Wally he shot you 5 times, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say it?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, speaking of Wally, last Thursday was my first day of cross-examination of you, and I asked you about a statement you made to Wally that morning.
The question came in terms of that morning.
State us about it. You mean the morning?
The morning of the
cross-examination?
examination, yes, sir. The morning of the examination last Thursday, I asked you questions about Wally. Two statements you may have made to Wally, which you denied. At the lunch break, Mr. Ephron, you called Wally, correct?
I called him after everything because, I mean, you guys y'all whipping up lies over here. None of it, you have no evidence to
Hold on,
back
Mr.
that up.
Efron, you're not answering his question. He's talking about the lunch break. Ask it, ask again.
And I'm not, and I'm
Mr.
not.
Efron, wait, ask the question again.
After Wally's name was brought up on cross-examination by me, statements you made on the recordings that you say were fake, you called Wally.
That's a compound question, there's 3 questions.
You were inquiring about whether he made a phone call at the lunch, on the lunch break,
He was lying.
following your, beginning of your
Yes,
cross-examination?
sir.
Do you understand the question? All right, did you call Wally during the lunch break?
No,
Did you call him after court?
yes, I did.
And, why did you call Wally?
Because, I mean, you guys is just lying, lies after lies, you can't back it up. These guys, we
can't back it up.
I mean, you can't. You can't.
Did you hear the tape recording? Did you say fake?
All right, stop.
This point is-
Ask another question.
I guess we'll see about that, right?
Your Honor,
Sustain.
can the court instructed previously, and this is editorialized, Mr. Ulanga is not doing that in his draft.
Right,
He's right.
but I know
It's like
the witness is saying.
I don't
you made up
understand
answers.
what you're saying.
Don't editorialize.
Then you should strike his answers, Mark.
They are non-responsive.
They are not responsible. Anyway, so you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you.
Yes or no?
I don't know, man. Does this happen? I don't know.
Why did you call him? Mr.
Because
Ephron,
you guys just keep playing fake audio to him, like fake stuff. I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in.
Okay, stop. All right, you answer the question.
that's why you called Wally.
I mean, you guys are saying I'm cool with him and I got his number and he's making up fake lies. That's like, he didn't even answer, so I don't even know what we're talking about. He did not answer. What are you gonna say? He answered and make up another spoof call?
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's moved to strike his own witness testimony, okay?
Yeah, the entire answer is
Your
non-responsive.
Honor, counsel is editorializing, indicating what I'm moving to strike. I'm following the evidence code of the state of California. I suggest that counsel follow it as well, and not editorialize as to why I'm asking things to be stricken. It's improper.
Just stop squabbling. Just stop it.
I'm not swallowing.
Nobody, this is a no squabble zone. Stop it. All right.
Okay. You asked about text to Rocky and to his manager John after the incident, it was 21. Remember being asked that by Mr. Preslone a few minutes ago? Text after the incident saying, you tried to kill me.
Again, I don't get what you're saying.
You asked about text messages by Mr. Preslone right here, just a few minutes ago. After the incident, where you text Rocky and his manager John saying you tried to kill me. You remember being being asked those questions by Mr. Rizzo.
I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying. It's not clear. It's double negative. I don't get what you're saying right now.
It's a double negative.
It's not really clear. You're not making no sense. I'm not going to answer something I don't understand anymore.
Do you remember, I'm gonna break this slow. Do you remember,
We got all day.
do you remember being asked by Mr. Preslomik a few minutes ago today about text messages you sent
Okay.
with me so far? Are you with me so far?
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on.
Are you with me?
We didn't even get to the case. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No. You gotta answer the questions, he asks the questions. He's beginning to ask you a question, he just wants to know if you're keeping up with it. Just ask the whole question.
Sure. You recall being asked by Mr. Preslomik a few minutes ago about text messages you sent to Rocky and his manager after the incident saying you tried to kill him.
Yes.
Oh. And you were also saying you tried to kill me. During that same time, you were sending messages saying, I'm gonna get that N's money, right?
Bro, what are we talking about? We talking about assault or lawsuit? Like, you keep trying to bring in
He's
lawsuit.
asking you a yes or no question. Listen to the question and
I don't
either
understand
yes, no,
these
I don't know, or
questions.
I don't recall. Go ahead.
At the same time you were saying that, you were also sending text messages saying, I'm gonna get that N's
I
money.
don't recall.
You don't recall? You don't recall seeing those messages up here?
Seeing what messages? You know, like,
Okay, you have that message.
Your Honor, I previously advised the court that I had a meeting.
Do you need to go?
Yeah, the court just advised the jury that my meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Lewin has to leave, he's got an unavoidable commitment. He tried to postpone it, he couldn't, so he's gonna leave now. He'll be back at 1:30, right?
Yes, I will, probably. Yes, I'll be back. Thank you.
You promise now? You come back? These last. Put up. Okay.
why is y'all guys' text messages different from what I'm seeing all the time? I just don't get this. It's two different, like,
Is this already exhibit?
Yes.
Which exhibit is it?
What?
I can't see nothing. I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's not on the screen in front of you? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, I see this, but I don't know.
You see the words?
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Tacopina is inquiring.
So on
Words.
the next morning, November 7th, 6:40 a.m., you sent a message saying to John.
No, that's not John. That's not John.
Who's that?
That's my business partner.
Well, that's
You're lying.
Justin.
You're lying.
That's Justin.
You know that's Justin. You're not even putting names next to it.
So what you said to him that same
But
time.
you just lied.
Stop it. Stop it.
Like, what am I having?
Okay,
What am I
who's this
talking
text
to this
going to?
man for?
Who is this text being sent
Yo, I
to?
do not want to stay here. You put me on, I'm not on trial. I've been here for 5 days dealing with this man. You just said it was a manager. This is not the manager.
Jill,
I'm ready to fucking go.
was this text to John or is this to your manager?
This is
To
to
your
my,
partner.
this is my business partner.
Okay, business partner.
So you sent to your business partner at 6:40 a.m. that same morning that you're sending Rocky a message saying you tried to kill me, a message saying, I want to get this N's money.
Yes, that's my business partner. He shot me. I have no career.
You were asked by Mr. Preslomik, you saw that videotape of you sitting with Detective Flores and Manfred. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked on page 3 of the transcript, Your Honor, I'm not going to replay it, but we can just go to page 3 of that transcript. Please, yes.
You have it?
One second.
No, man, I'm trying to trip me up.
Just take a swig.
I've been looking stupid for 5 days.
Stop,
I'm on trial.
stop, don't say it.
Fucking finish.
page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16. We look at that.
On this,
Yes, on the transcript.
what am I looking at?
Lines 14, 15, and 16. Page 3. So, sir, while you were watching the video with Detective Manager, you said to them, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. So it's your testimony that as you were watching that video, you saw your girl living apart with you.
Objection in this case.
Sustain.
Sustain.
What did you mean by that? When you
I
said
don't
that?
recall, it was a long time ago. Next,
I know. Next,
I don't recall.
well, I know you asked a bunch of questions about the strength.
I just said I don't recall. It has nothing to do with nothing.
Let me see if everybody's on the
Let's keep it going.
No, sidebar's so.
Last Friday, I asked you, a few weeks before you claimed you found 2 9mm shell casings at the scene on November 6, 2021. I asked you if you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, and you said, definitely not. I then asked you, definitely not. And you said, you heard me, definitely not. Watch this clip.
It was 3 years and 3 months ago.
Just,
You expect me to,
just a minute. This is,
This problem.
I assume this is foundation.
A few weeks before November 6, 2021, and a few weeks before you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing, you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not.
you only said 9mm, it was multiple guns, you only showed 2 guns. Oh, sorry.
Then I showed you a video of you at a shooting range on October 19, 2021 after that answer. And I asked you about your testimony that you didn't fire any guns before November 6, 2021. And then you told this jury, I said unless I was at a shooting range. After saying definitely not. Play that, please.
Mr. Ephron, what you just told this jury. I don't know what I'm doing 365 days out of the year. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. So you didn't have your license. That was just that last time I told about shooting range.
Then, as a matter of fact, we were talking about that shooting range, trying to find out where it was.
And I said Jersey.
I know you said.
I said Jersey, but like what I said,
There's no question being asked of you right now. Just stop. Wait till you get the question.
You heard Mr. Lewin and the prosecution ask for a stipulation that that was outside of California. Watch this clip.
The date, the rest of the day, where's the stipulation on the date? Yes, what's the date again? We have stipulation.
October 19, 2020. And where is this negotiating? There's a date for this whole
Right, so we have a stipulation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California.
I don't know where it's at.
So Mr. Lewin asked for a stipulation that that was taken outside of California. I said, I don't know where it was taken. I asked you. Because you took the video. I said, where was it taken? And that's when you said you don't know, maybe New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
But you also said maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
Okay, I did my homework, and it was.
Okay, watch
It
this.
was.
That was taken, sir. Is this the picture where you, I mean, if you have it on my phone, it should say. I don't know this. You don't remember where you want me? I should have that. It's timestamped. It is not. Yeah, timestamped. It should show you.
When they're asking you this.
No, no, no.
Where is the wrong picture?
No, no, where the red? It's like probably New Jersey or something like that, or like. I'm sorry, yes. It's not illegal.
Maybe New Jersey.
Not LA though.
Of course, I mean, like what I said,
There's no question pending.
you asked me this, and you
Just
expect.
wait. The question was not LA. Well, it's.
You said that this.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
As phrased, not LA is vague. Flesh out the question.
One thing you were certain about, although you didn't know where it was, you said maybe New Jersey. One thing you were certain about, you testified to the jury, was it was not LA. That's what you just said.
I mean, I was just trying to get you.
Is that yes or no?
Yes, whatever.
Then yesterday, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
Friday.
no, sir, yesterday,
Sunday?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Stick with me. Then yesterday, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, well, before 2:50 in the afternoon, that 50-minute window, you called Mr. Sloman, telling him you wanted to clarify some information from your testimony last week. Correct?
Oh, yeah, I had to go back and do my homework. You asked me questions.
Is the answer yes, that you did?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And specifically, you advised Mr. Sloman that you could recall where the video from the shooting range was finally recorded. Correct?
Yes, it says Los Angeles on my timestamp on my phone, which you wouldn't allow me to see.
And you, I wouldn't allow you to
I
see
mean,
the
you
phone.
played, you knew it said Los Angeles, one video
There's
over.
no question pending.
Don't debate with Mr. Tacopina. Wait for another question.
You told Mr. Zolman that you had gone back and reviewed your Instagram, and that you now recall that the video was recorded in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Ephron, there is nothing in your Instagram that shows you in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Is there?
Yes, it is.
Really? I'm gonna give you a live phone. You show me on your Instagram, show me on your Instagram where it shows that you're in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021.
What do you mean on live phone?
A phone with your Instagram. We're gonna go with your Instagram.
No, we would have to go, see, now you think you slick. We would have to go to my phone, my actual phone, and go to my archive. You're not gonna show me something of my highlights, which is not there. You think you slick.
Stop,
And I'm going
stop,
to.
stop. This is,
You're not gonna keep tripping me up. I'm on.
Mr. Ephron, stop, just stop talking. It's,
Your Honor, we have a letter from the VA, and the letter says that Mr. Ephron informed them that he went on his Instagram.
Yes, my Instagram.
all right.
Your Instagram, as in Relli boss?
You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate where I can go to my archive. You're not
All right,
slick.
stop it. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
Do you have your phone?
You know I don't got it. It's over there. We can get it though. I can show them. We can go get it right now.
So your
We can clear this
Instagram
up.
is what caused you to go back.
No, you did because you're sneaky.
Don't be insulting. Stop
I'm feeling.
it. He is not insulting you. Don't insult him. Don't insult any lawyer that's asking you questions. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that.
I mean, I'm getting screwed. I mean, this is not what I.
How much longer do you have?
3 minutes, sir.
What's the few minutes?
Well, depends. Answer the questions for you.
It's 12 o'clock. I would like to get finished with
Yeah, we will.
Mr. Ephron before we take the break.
So anyway, what was it that caused you to remember this? What did you see?
You. Yeah, your question asking, not giving me time, tripping me up. So I went back and I analyzed my whole Instagram, analyzed everything you said, and I started realizing what you was doing. So then I went to my archive. You just tried to show me something off a story that you can't get in your archive. So you're already like lying to people or lying about the situation because you know I cannot see it through that way. I would throw it on my phone.
You cannot accuse anybody of lying. Do not do that. I
Nobody
told you, nothing derogatory.
But nobody told me this.
I'm telling you, and I've been telling you, do not be derogatory toward anyone in this courtroom. Go ahead.
Mr. Ephron, in fact, what happened yesterday was at 2 o'clock and at 2:11, somebody called with a handle name of Don't F with Justice, posted 2 photos on Twitter of you at the shooting range and the Los Angeles Gun Club at the shooting.
I don't know about none of this.
Hold on. There's an objection. What's the objection? Sustain.
I'm asking you the question whether you saw it. Well, let me show you this.
It also call for hearsay to be relevant.
No,
If it doesn't call for hearsay, the question calls for yes or no. Go ahead and show it. Don't have me look at it first before it's shown in.
did you see, here's my question before I show it to you. Did you see the Twitter post yesterday at 2 o'clock and another at 2:11 showing a picture of you at the shooting range that was displayed in court and another side-by-side of the Los Angeles Gun Club shooting range, which is identical to the one of you in court?
Yes
Did
or
you
no?
see that?
Yes or no?
I don't get the question. You gotta say it again, please.
Sure. Take a look at that.
That was sent to me this morning through a friend. I never seen that.
Oh, so you did see that?
Yeah, that was sent through this morning. Somebody sent it to me.
All right, so whatever Mr. Tacopina just showed you, was it the first time you saw what he just showed you?
This morning in a text message. Somebody sent this to me.
What time
I
did you
don't
see
know.
About.
She hit me last night, the girl who sent this to me, and then I seen it this morning. But this is the first time I saw
All
it
right, this morning is the first time you see it.
And what that is a picture of you from the video in court last week at the gun club, that you didn't know where it was, made in New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
I mean,
And it was at, let me finish my question.
An objection
And
to
the-
the argument, Your Honor.
It is, sustain the court of the question.
What is that a picture of, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
it's a recreational shooting range, sir.
And what's the other picture?
It's a shooting range.
Yeah, the one on the left. What's the one on the left there?
That's me at the shooting range.
Oh, we got that. Yes, the one with you at the shooting, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the recreational shooting range is the Los Angeles Gun Club, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that was posted at 2 o'clock yesterday, as it says on the post. And coincidentally, right after 2 o'clock, you called Mr. Sloan to say, I remembered.
I did not see this, and I put that on
Let
the
him finish the
stack.
question.
I did not see this, and I don't need to see this. I told you. I went through
Mr.
my-
Ephron, let him finish the question.
So it's your testimony, sir, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after, let me finish my question. It's your testimony, Mr. Ephron, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after these pictures were posted on the internet by somebody entitled named don't F with justice. Pictures posted showing you at the Los Angeles Gun Club on October 19th, 2021. It's a mere coincidence that you then have to call the DA within minutes of that post to say you went back and looked at your Instagram and somehow you refresh your recollection that you were in Los Angeles on that day.
I mean, you just listen to yourself. It took me all day. It took me from Friday. You're a lot. I had to figure it out. It wasn't easy.
What was that? What did you call him?
I said he's a lot to deal with, so I had to
Oh,
figure it out.
All right.
I had to figure it
I
out.
thought you said
Then I figured it out on Sunday. I had to keep looking and find it because, like what I said, it wasn't easy.
All right.
Let me go around some of this. Mr. Ephron, you saw the video of your trial testimony on this topic, correct? Just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I did. Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not?
I'm gonna be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you. I thought it was over.
So you just made an answer.
It's not an answer. I just
Just
didn't understand. I needed time. Obviously, something like that, you need time. A lot of your questions, you need time. You don't show me no dates, no nothing. Just like how you said, John.
Nothing pending. Stop. Say it again?
I'm good.
Good.
All right. Yes, Mr. Ephron, you are excused. We'll go back. You need 135 or 130? Mr. Sullivan? You want 145? Would that be better?
Any more time, I think the better.
All right, folks, we'll be back in session at 1:45. Mr. Sullivan has some work to do, electronic work. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please don't review anything in print media or electronic media. Please remember, you can go to the line, see what we're talking. All right, I'm gonna tell you what my concern is. If more was taken out, okay, but there's some things that I definitely don't want the jury to hear. On the 3-minute call, between 1 minute and 55 seconds and 2 minutes and 22 seconds, there's discussion about what Relli thinks Rocky is on Rocky's rap sheet, and then he assumes that Rocky has a rap sheet. And also that Rocky buys people off. I don't want the jury hearing anything.
I did take that out.
Good.
Do you know, if you say the 3 minutes, do you know what the number was?
1 minute and 55 seconds to 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Then, that's all my concern on that one. Then there's, the one, I think it's the longest one. It's, 7094. It's where, well, it's between 5 minutes and 25 seconds and 6 minutes. Relli's talking about the potential sentence. I don't want the jury hearing that. And then beginning at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry, beginning 8 minutes and 15 seconds. There's discussion about, the white people. White people will see what Rocky knows and doesn't know, what Rocky knows and doesn't know. And then there's also his feelings about Rocky. I especially don't want to hit the jury to hear about, about the white people. Race, no role in this whatsoever. The rest of that tape is pretty innocuous.
Hold on, Your Honor, he's checking to see.
I just want to verify on all that now, we can't unring this now, what's happening.
Yeah, I want to know that that's
So, I can say for sure the white people comment was taken out.
good. What about the potential sentence?
Do you have an example?
5 minutes and 25 seconds to 6 minutes.
I think what he's asking, Your Honor, is because the time would change because he's had an edit. What he's asking for, is,
Oh, it changed. It
It
changed.
was like 19 years, something like that.
I think it's something about a minimum of this and a maximum of 25 years.
Okay, yeah.
He also mentions that attempted murder. It's not attempted murder.
You're saying looking at anywhere from 14 to like 20 something years?
Yes.
Okay.
That. Is there a mention of attempted murder?
I might have let it in.
It's not attempted murder. If you can't find it,
I took out the 20 something. Years ago. Do you want me to sit with them and show them?
That would be comforting.
okay. That's really all I was concerned about.
Just on those two trains?
He talks about it on the third transcript. He talks about his feelings about Jabari. He talks about his calls and his texts, texts that were exchanged prior to the incident. I think it's pretty innocuous.
I'm definitely not trying to ring bells that can't be unwrong. If they want to sit down, I can show them exactly what I redacted.
All right, go ahead.
Just gonna take a second.
And Your Honor, I don't think this was put on the record. I think I said it at court, but it has been discussed in the media, not by Mr. Tacopina, but simply by commentators who have said that this defendant is convicted, he's looking at getting 24 years. That's absurd. The people have always said that we would not be seeking, and we would have no grounds for seeking the maximum sentence in this case. What we have said is we talked about a sentence or we're willing to give probation and suspend time. If he's conditional, what we're going to be asking for is probably going to be about 8 years in state prison. So you will not be looking at that. As the court's aware, he would serve about 2/3 of that. I just want to make sure that we don't have this misinformation being spread, because it's not.
Now, can you tell the jury as usual, or,
Yes,
taking care of logistic?
yes, sir.
Logistic, issues? All right, so we're gonna take a witness out of court. Is he here?
Yes, he is.
Oh, AP. Oh, okay.
Just a couple.
We just finished it. How's that?
Are there more problems? Yes?
Yes.
All right, why don't the two of you discuss it? If you can come to an agreement, then I don't need to get involved. Let me ask you, I hate to have the jurors wait outside. Can you give me an idea how much longer it might be before?
So I just highlighted all the changes that I made in this one. I can bring it up if the court wants to. Ellie, did you take one?
Yeah.
Oh, I have it. You want to approach the PC?
Why don't you come on up and show me what's been taken out and what is still an objection?
Wes, do you have the highlight? Or he has it?
Yeah, up here is. okay, again, I don't apologize for being late, is that all right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was gonna say, is it okay if I don't apologize again? Tell you what, just assume I'm apologizing, pretend I'm apologizing every time. Sometimes in a trial, witnesses have conflicts. So sometimes we have to take a witness out of order. So prosecution, they're still putting on their case. But there's a witness that the defense wants to call, and that witness has a significant time conflict. So that witness is here now. You get that testimony. Once that witness is finished, then we'll go back to the prosecution's case. Is that the understanding?
It is, thank you, Ron. Thank you, guys. Yeah, hold on.
People agree with that?
Yes.
All right. All right, defense, call your witness.
Okay. Your, Mr. Mayor calls, Wally Sajeni. Sajeni? Go ahead, yeah.
I'd love to, if you don't mind, just raise your right hand for us. Thank you. Okay. This how we state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending for this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. And please take a seat of the witness stand. Just making sure you're going to come right. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Wally Sajeni, Wally Sajini.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. What do you, so what do you do for a living?
I run a technology software agency where we build website software for clients, musicians, creatives, brands, direct-to-consumer brands, yeah.
And have you done work in that capacity for Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also, and by the way, do you work for Rocky?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. So you do consulting work?
Yes, consulting.
Did an individual that you know as Relli also ask you to do work for him?
Yes.
And same capacity as a consultant as well?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you have any, just, let's get this out of the way. Do you have any personal knowledge of the facts of this case, one way or another?
No.
After Rocky's arrest in this case, and better say you're friends with Rocky, right?
Yes.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, did Relli ask you to do anything for him?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
A number of things, but he really wanted to boost his social media presence with certain articles from this case.
Okay. In particular, do you remember any?
It was a long list, but they were high publications.
TMZ.
Rolling Stone, High Society, Complex, so on and so on.
So, Mr. Ephron contacted you and asked you to promote these articles for his social media presence?
Yes, for his further, to boost his social media as well, yeah.
And that was articles about this case?
Correct.
Okay. When did, just refer to as Relli for the purpose of this conversation, when did Relli, that's how you know him, by the way, right?
Correct.
When did Relli last call you?
Just last week on my birthday when I was in Paris, Thursday.
Thursday, the January 30th?
Yeah, around 9 p.m. in Paris, so if I do the math, it's probably 12 noon here.
Yeah. And have you been following this case?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Okay. And on that day, on that Thursday, did you see anything particular about this case on Thursday when you watched?
Yeah, just my name being brought up against lies, fabrication, just not the truth. So,
Well, what in particular did you hear, and who did you hear it from?
Relli specifically.
What did he say?
Recordings were fake. Recordings were not him, not I. And I'm a pretty private person, so when people lie on my name, it kind of gets me upset. So yeah.
Okay. Now, did Relli send you any articles about this case in the last 6 months?
Yes.
And on October 17th of 2024, did you send you an article about Judge Arnold?
Yes.
On December 24th, 2024, did you send you a Daily Mail article entitled Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of ASAP Rocky's Trial with a
Yeah, I
Smiley
don't
Face?
understand the relevance of these questions about specific.
We asked that. December 27, 2024, did Relli send you an article from the Daily Mail entitled Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of ASAP Rocky's Trial with a smiley face next to it?
Yes.
To be here today, so where are you coming from?
Paris, France.
Okay. And what were you doing in Paris, France?
Grabbing meetings, doing business deals, trying to invest in this new tech startup.
So you're there for work?
Yes.
You don't live there?
No.
Okay. You live where?
New Jersey.
When did you get here in Los Angeles, sir?
Last night late.
Okay. And why did you come here?
Really clear my name, tell the truth. Again, I just hated seeing my name tied to, lies and untruthful words.
And did it concern you as far as your professional reputation that this guy was accusing you of doctoring and making up recordings?
Yes.
Would you ever do that?
No, never. I'm not there yet with like the technology, I would say. So yeah.
But even if you were there, would you do that?
No, I would never. It's not honest, right? Yeah.
Did you make recordings of conversations with Relli?
Yes.
How many recordings did you make?
2. About in 2022, I believe the dates were, I forget the April date, but mid-April and then August 15th-ish. Yeah.
And you said that's based on your recollection, right?
Yeah.
I think the metadata may actually say May, but around April, May
Yeah,
of 2022?
Yep.
Okay. And then August of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those are the 2 conversations you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give those recordings to Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. And first of all, why did you give them to Rocky?
I think it was just conversations he needed to hear.
And why do you think he needed to hear them?
Because they're about him, and a lot of it seemed just suspicious, talking about monetary things.
And when did you send them to Rocky?
As soon as I finished the conversation.
Now, when you sent those recordings, did one of the 2 recordings, did you have to split one of them into 2 files because of the size?
Yeah, you can't really send certain data, or if the file size is too big, you gotta cut it down to send it.
So how did you get here today?
I took a plane, commercial plane.
Last night
Yes,
from Paris?
yes,
And are you going back later today?
yeah, a few hours.
So that's a 1-day turnaround,
Yeah, after,
just to be here?
yeah,
Who paid for the cost of your ticket?
Damien, Branderson,
Immigrants, and that's Rocky's entertainment attorney,
entertainment lawyer, yeah,
and that means Rocky probably paid for the cost of your ticket, correct?
possibly.
And did you meet us, myself, the Siegel, staff, and any people in the defense statements, zoning, us for the first time ever this morning?
Prior to this, no.
No, when was
This
the first
morning,
time?
yes.
This
This
morning
morning, yes,
was the first time you've ever met any of us?
correct.
Okay. Did we ever speak before this morning?
No,
This morning, did we play recordings?
correct, yes.
And what were those recordings?
They were the recordings that I took.
And by the way, let's step back for a second. You mentioned Damien Branson, Rocky's entertainment attorney. When was the first time you ever heard from him?
Just recently while I was watching the case.
Was it when this individual Relli was testifying about you doctoring tapes?
Correct, he wasn't the only one contacting me about just a lot of
Right,
but
but
yeah.
not responsive. Sustained.
Was when he called you? Ron? Sure.
You want some water? Oh, you have one?
Sorry.
You have enough in there?
I have one.
You're okay? Sure?
I think there's three events. It's hard to do allergies.
The air vents, I think, are on for the allergies. I just want to give her a second.
Yeah.
So I give her half that.
You want to, You okay? Do you want to go in the back and get rid of the cough?
No, we got the cough.
Oh, we have cough drop too. We have to give cough.
Would you like a cough drop from both the prosecution and the defense?
Ours are better.
I have a pop up, thank you so much, appreciate it, I got water as well. I took a lot of medication as well.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about. What's that? Of course. Oh, you want to step out?
Yes, please.
Alex? Oh, Alex, okay. Go to the door there, Alex. Yeah. Go ahead and cut the camera while we're waiting.
It's off.
I have my word. Okay, sure.
I wasn't.
Sir, I know. Mrs. Jimmy, so you said, Mr. Grant's name, right, payment order for the first time on Thursday,
Correct.
after what you saw on TV occurred in this case, right?
It has to be, it is.
You were accused of making a false statement.
Correct.
Before that, have you heard of anyone from Rocky's defense team?
No.
And no one ever told you to be intended on calling, correct?
No.
But then you saw on television, you were accused of doctoring up tapes, correct?
Correct. I don't know.
And I haven't objected on any legal questions, I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's right, it's leading, same.
A little less, I'll try not to. An effort would be appreciated.
So, the recordings, I think I asked this, I'm not sure, before we broke, did we play for you the recordings this morning?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And what were those two recordings?
Conversations with Relli and I.
Okay. The May 2022,
Yes,
August
in
2022. And by the way, where were you when you made those recordings?
In New Jersey, my apartment.
Okay, and did Relli say where he was?
In New York.
And I'm going to show you the three recordings, to show you the screen of three. By the way, when I said I'm going to show you the three recordings, did you videotape the recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So you audio recorded the recordings, but you videotaped?
Yeah, I believe video is just better to capitalize on, or just capture everything. Okay. Your video with audio, it's hard to falsify, I guess.
Okay. So, we'll show you, you show?
Just the next exhibit,
Yes, sure.
Q's and Queens. Is there a transcript?
Three recordings, but you only
Two
need
recordings.
two incidents, but you mentioned three, but one of them is a combination,
It's a split.
a split. I just want to make sure it's clear, we're only talking about
Two
two.
recordings, May and August.
Yes.
2022.
Is there a transcript of the first?
Yes, sure. I'm just identifying first, I'm not playing. I just want to make sure he identifies. So take a look at that one. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's my recording of my conversation with Relli and I.
The first one from May of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. That is, we have it marked as exhibit
Q.
Q. All right. I'm going to show you another one, another video screenshot.
Yes, same exact thing. Conversation with him and I.
And that is that one from August.
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, what makes you know that that's the one that you had with brother from looking at it?
How I save people's number, I usually put your entire government name and your nickname as well, so I can remember.
And that's what you have on that screen there?
Correct.
Okay. That would be, what is that? It's a bar, okay. That's the defense bar.
All right, if you're marking that now, are you going to play Q?
Snippets of it, yeah.
All right. The part that you're going to play of Q, the transcript of that should be R.
Okay.
The August call
This,
should be S and Sam.
okay. The first August call, because again, there's one August call that was sent to Rocky in two files. So first one will be Essence and Sam, the one he just identified. And the transcript portion of that would be,
T is in Tom.
okay. And then the third one, which is again the same call from August 2022, is that the screenshot of that, sir?
Yes.
And again, same thing?
Correct. Same thing. I videoed it between Relli and I.
Whose name is on the screenshot?
Terell.
And that's the, again, that's the same call as the call before. It's part of the August 2022 call, but that's a second
Correct.
file.
Yeah.
The
Same
same
file.
So that would be,
That's you.
you are. And the transcript
All
for
right, that's the August 22nd call?
the second court.
Second half. That's you as a union? The transcript, V as in Victor.
Okay. Now, you recognize the records on the screen. I'm gonna play, snippet, before I play the snippet for the jury room, I want him, Mr. Spinning, to identify the voices, okay? That's the record. So listen to the recordings of the voices and tell us if you recognize the voices. First, second, and third.
Yes, myself and Relli.
That's the first one. This is the second one, go ahead.
Yes, that's the second one, same thing. Yes, same thing. Identifying myself and Terell on the conversation.
Okay. You played all three? So you've identified all three of those tapes that we've identified as,
It is the tapes Q, S, and U.
defense Q, S, and U. You've identified all three as recorded conversations that you made from May of 2022 and August of 2022 of you and Terell.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched this proceeding of those ones you said were fake.
Yes.
Were they fake?
No, they're real.
You can't put them in any way?
No.
Are those recordings a true and accurate recording of your conversation with Relli those 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to make these recordings, by the way?
No, I did it myself.
Why did you do it?
I believe to protect myself and just document our conversations because he kept calling me numerous times, so I kind of felt unsafe, or I just wanted to protect myself.
And when he kept calling you numerous times, why did you feel the need to record these conversations? Was he giving you an impression?
Well, it was just weird, to be honest. I just felt uncomfortable.
Because you were not involved in this incident, correct?
No, I was not involved at all. I just wanted to really just mediate the situation, honestly.
Because you were friends with both.
Correct.
And you didn't take a side, did you?
No.
It is leading, it is just a.
Okay. Were you friends with both of them?
Yes.
Did you take a side?
No.
All right, now I'm gonna play you a few snippets here from the recordings. And again, these are questions that were asked.
Which, are you gonna play Q, S, or U first?
Yes. Hi. I'm gonna play Q, S, or U first. Yes. I'm gonna play a snippet of S first, Your Honor. And again, these are short snippets. They're directly related to the question I asked Ms. Ephron.
All right, let's, Alex, can you distribute the transcript, which is T as in Tom?
Yes.
You have 2 Your Honor, by chance, so the same.
I have it. Yeah, I think I have it. you have an extra for, Mr. G? Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay. So we're gonna play a snippet from that defense exhibit
This is S.
S. And again, by the way, before we play that, who called whom in these two calls?
He called me,
And,
and then I would call him back.
and when you record these calls, were you calling him back?
Correct.
Go ahead.
This is the later call, correct?
Yo, what's good, nigga? What's going on? Shit, man, where you at? Crib. What you want? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to just pick them shits? Yeah, it's shit ton. It's probably the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications. Just pick the top ones, probably, right? Like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit. Mm-hmm. And then when I get it, I know I'm gonna throw it. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit through, you feel me?
Okay. That was yourself and Mr. Ephron?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the one that was saying Rolling Stone? And that?
Terell was.
And you respond saying, just pick the top one, something to that effect?
Yes.
And then after asking you to promote these articles on social media, regarding this case, did he say he was gonna throw you something?
Yes.
What did he say?
When I get it, you know, I'm gonna throw you something.
When I get it, I'm gonna throw you something?
Yes.
Where did you take that from me?
I'm not sure. Maybe whenever he gets some type of money.
I'm gonna call speculation, motion, sorry,
Speculation, sustain.
Okay. I guess we're gonna move on now to the second, from which recording is this?
It's from S also. Yes.
Exhibit S also.
This is proceeding just related to.
So on the same exhibit, same transcript, is there a page we should direct this on?
It's them.
Page 10? Page 10. You can flip to page 10.
Does the jury have it?
Yes, you're on. Page 10 is 10. All right. Listen to this, please, and go ahead.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro?
That Mr. Ephron saying, who gets schooled if someone fired on you 5 times?
Yes.
I think this is who gives school.
Okay. Who gives school, gives school.
That's what the
Whatever it says. The part I was really focused on was the someone fired on you 5 times. But he said that?
Yeah.
You? Okay, let's go on to the next one, which is a different exhibit.
Exhibit Q.
Different exhibit.
It's a transcript part. And this is still August 27th.
No, this is, I think, May 27th.
You played August, that was August.
Right.
Right.
So now we're in May.
Now we're on to this one.
This want to be passed out, is that correct?
So what was already played was August 22nd. This is now May 22nd.
Right.
And by meaning August 2022, that's in 22nd.
Yeah, August 2020.
2022. This is on May.
Okay.
Everybody have one?
Can I have one?
Do we have one, from Mr. Certificate?
Okay. Page 16, please, on the transcripts. Okay, go ahead.
For background, a lawyer person for extortion, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? You ask for background, a lawyer person for extortion, you feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
Whose voice was that, sir?
Terell.
You make up those words?
No.
You spoof his voice and how?
No.
The next one is from the same, recording,
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Just to be clear, this would be before, so you're going backwards in the conversation, correct?
No, it's the same one we just heard. This is the May 2022.
My question is, in terms of timing, is what you just played before or after in terms of timing? It's earlier in the
It's
conversation.
early, sorry.
I just want to make sure that we're making clear when these are being played.
Game, I'm suing this shit out of here. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga.
Whose voice was that saying, suing the shit out of him? That was my game regardless. I don't think that's about the police.
Terell from.
You didn't make up that voice.
No. No.
The computer generate that voice.
No.
Okay, next is from the August 2022 recording, which is exhibit again.
So exhibit U is the second portion of that recording with the transcript page.
You would just ask, when you're playing chronologically, is this occurring after the time originally when you played?
Right, let's just May, this is August, so we'll be after.
No, but you played part of the August call. I'm just trying to understand, is this, you played the August call before, is this part after, before,
It's after.
after the part you already played?
Let's check with this. Let's get the, yes, you got the transcripts out? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. The transcript is V as in Victor. The recording is U as in unit. After. Okay.
Okay, is there a page direct?
Page 5.
Page 5. Go ahead.
I already know. I'm in 30 M's.
What's that say? I already know, man, 30 M's.
Terell from.
And what do you understand 30 M's to me? $30 million. And you alter that voice?
No.
Just a couple more, then we're done.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5, continue to page 6.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5, continue on to page 6.
He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else, because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Okay. Whose voice was that? And what did you understand what you were saying to there?
Jackson's gonna call for speculation, it's also irrelevant what he understood, his thought is not relevant.
Sustained. Okay. There's one last one. I'm going to ask you about what's the question they asked Mr. Ephron now last week. So, same
Recording, same transcript.
Same recording, same transcript.
Page 6, continuing to page 7.
Page 6, continuing to page 7. Let's play.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out via my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically, until they call me to get money because I'm on another island. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence and this, that, and third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
Mr. Meghann, whose voice was it on that recording that said it's going to be hard for the DA to find me because I'll be going to another island just relax? Terell from Relli. And whose voice was it to say they have evidence, this, that, and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have a complaining witness? Terell from Relli. Did you alter that recording? No. Did you superimpose your voice into that? No. Did you hear him say that that was fake? Yes. Was that fake? No. Okay, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay? Anybody want a break? Everybody's good? All right, Mr. Rule?
Mr. Jimmy, would you agree that you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relli, correct?
Fair to say.
And you do business with the defendant, right?
Sometimes.
How much money has the defendant paid you for your work in the past 3 years?
3 years? I don't recall.
Let's give an estimate.
I would say maybe 20,000 per year, so say 60,000.
And I would assume, is he one of the bigger names that you work with?
No,
He's not?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities and names, yeah.
What was your income last year?
You have to look at it or ask my accountants, but income last year, let's say, around 85,000 possibly.
So if your income was 85,000, then even by your own estimate, he would have, his business would be about 25% of your income, correct?
No, like I said, we get paid by a lot of different people.
So that's what I'm telling you. You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand a year. I'm sorry, your income at 85,000 a year. You're saying he's giving you about 20 grand a year over the past 3 years. 20 grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business made,
But
right?
I asked you what your win is. You said it's your business, correct?
Correct.
So would you agree that the defendant represents a substantial bit of income for you?
For me personally or my business?
For you personally?
No.
Well, if your personal income is $85,000 and he's giving you $20,000, you just don't consider $20,000 to be significant. Is that correct?
He's not paying me personally. He's paying my business.
So in the end, if he's paying, who owns your business?
I do.
So in the end, does the money go back to you?
Not all of it. I have employees.
So you say that he is a friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
Once every other month, possibly.
So you're aware, I just want to back up, fair to say that the defendant is a pretty big person within the rap or entertainment industry?
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking. If I'd say it, would you agree to it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career, is that right?
Well, I only do business with him. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question, those were striking answers.
Sustain.
Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question is, would you agree that people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business?
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with A$AP Relli, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relli to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping A$AP Rocky with this case, correct?
No.
So when you set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you had some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were gonna call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talked to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call A$AP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, A$AP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you, motion to strike. Yeah, you know what,
Wait a minute, he misunderstood.
Listen to my question.
Ask the question again.
What I'm asking you is, you're telling me you rarely talk to A$AP Rocky. You talk to him maybe every other month, right?
Correct.
But as soon as you spoke to Relli, the first thing you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what I got, right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relli to see if you could help A$AP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct?
Objecting.
Grounds?
Thank you, sir. The first question was, it wouldn't be positive. You answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the legal question.
It's a different question. The first question was a different question.
It's not a legal objection.
Just.
Courtroom. It's a courtroom.
Read the last question.
We don't have a legal objection.
Did you withdraw?
No, I didn't withdraw. He's misleading the witness. The first question that he answered was a different question.
That's not an objection, right? It's not a
I
legal
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There we go.
That's not a legal
Both
California
of you
objection.
stop. Both of you be quiet. And the answer.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him? Answer, no, I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question.
You understand my question?
Objection's overruled.
Can you ask again?
Sure. You testified that you're making approximately 20 grand a year. You said your income is $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from you, correct?
Sure.
Sure, is that a yes?
Yes.
So-
Technically, yes. Yes.
You would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal, as you sit here, is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
You know, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you. Do you agree that as you sit here right now, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so, no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
The objection.
Grounds.
It's a fair question.
Your Honor, again, he doesn't just says objection and then he gives no ground.
All right, well,
Judge,
in
let me ask you
any
something.
grounds, it's overruled, so,
Okay,
so the question can be asked.
Ask again?
please read the question back.
Question, so what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago, you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now I've just asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime, and you said, no, I don't agree that I don't want him convicted, which is it?
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served, so.
So as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct, I was friends with both of them, so.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relli, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him,
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
correct,
You said you flew out here, is that right?
correct.
I assume was that first class or business?
Business,
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
sure.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there. So does sure mean that's what happened? What does sure mean?
Sure means yes.
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, but just make it easier with my question.
No problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant and his lawyer, is that correct?
Correct,
And you came here not because you have any financial motivation, but because you simply want the truth to come out, is that right?
correct, because someone said the audio recordings weren't real.
So let me ask you something. What you just heard, those were snippets of approximately 30 minutes of conversation, is that correct?
Correct,
And during those 30 minutes of conversation, at any point in time, did Relli ever tell you that the shooting did not happen?
no,
Did he ever tell you at any point in time, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get his money, but I made the whole thing up.
no,
In fact, isn't it true that what he was telling you was that that man shot at him and Relli wanted to make sure that he got his for what happened? Is that correct?
that's what Relli said.
And you weren't there, is that correct?
No,
Correct?
Hold on.
That was a double negative. You weren't there, were you?
no, I was not.
And you don't have any idea whether or not this incident happened or didn't happen.
No,
So here's my, did you ever ask Relli? Hey, I'm sorry, did you ever ask the defendant, hey, listen, this guy's saying you shot at him. You ever ask him what happened?
Objection relevance.
You ever ask him what happened?
I don't recall.
So you are having conversations with Relli, which you're taping, and then immediately calling the defendant to report what happened. And you're telling me you've never asked the man, hey, Did you cap 2 rounds at him?
I said I don't recall.
Well, is that something you think you remember?
3 years ago, I don't recall.
So you're telling, I just want to make sure I understand this. Your testimony is, yeah, I'm recording him and I'm well aware of this situation that happened. And I've talked to the defendant about it. I talk to him every couple of months. But I've never asked him, hey, Relli's accusing you of shooting him. Did you do it? You never asked him that.
I don't recall, no.
Well, isn't it true? You didn't ask him that because you don't want to know the answer.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's testimony, it doesn't recall.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, it's a fair question,
Isn't it true that you didn't ask him that question because you don't want to know the answer?
Like I said, I don't recall, but I might have asked him.
So now you're saying you might have asked him if he shot Relli, but you don't remember the answer.
I said I don't recall me asking him that question, right?
So let me be clear. I want to know, has the defendant ever discussed with you anything about the shooting?
No.
So then your answer would be, if you ever asked him about it, would be a definite no, correct?
Sure, correct, son.
Then why is it a moment ago you just said, I don't know, I don't remember?
Because I don't recall.
Do you understand the difference between no and I don't recall?
Yes.
So no, would you agree, would mean he absolutely never mentioned anything, and I don't recall would be, I'm not sure. Would you agree with that, those definitions?
We can agree to that.
And my question is, don't you think that as you're taping Relli for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, getting information about this incident and about what he intends to do, and then calling the defendant back immediately to report what happened, that you might have had a conversation with him about, hey, dude, what actually happened? Did you shoot the guy? You're saying that didn't happen, you never asked?
Never asked.
Are you curious?
No.
So you don't have any interest at all as to whether or not the defendant actually shot at Relli?
Doesn't make a relevancy objection again.
Sergeant Medical. And go on to another subject.
So, would you agree, your position is that you are talking to Relli and he is telling you about what he intends to do in terms of getting money from the defendant? Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you ever say to Relli during any of these calls that you recorded, hey, Relli, how come you're getting money from him if the shooting never happened?
Never asked that.
Don't you think that would be a legitimate question to ask him?
No, I was just hearing your side of the story.
Well, and in fact, you would agree that there is nothing that Terell has ever said to you, nothing, that in any way indicates that the shooting did not happen. You agree?
I agree.
Would you also agree that whatever efforts Relli makes after the shooting, however much money he asks for, whatever calls he makes, does that change what happened during the incident?
Objection. Question.
What's that?
Sergeant Medical.
Well, let me ask you something. I'm asking you. You're taping him and you're reporting that conversation to the defendant. I'm asking you, is there anything about Relli's statements about suing the defendant, trying to get $30 million? Is there anything about those statements that you are aware of that changes what actually happened the night of the incident?
No, I think I answered that.
So would you agree that whether or not Relli sues for $1, 20 million, 100 million, 20 gajillion dollars, that in the end, either the shooting happened or it didn't? Would you agree?
Yes.
And it's your further testimony, despite all that, you've never had one conversation or asked him one question, the defendant, about what actually transpired.
So ask, objection is made.
How many calls in total did you record?
2.
2 calls? Now, you said that you were upset because the idea that Relli was coming into court, you said you were offended by his line. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you were taping his calls, did you know you were taping?
No.
Do you think that friends tape other friends' phone calls?
Sometimes they can.
I'm asking you, I'm not asking you physically. I assume, sir, that if somebody wants to record a call, I didn't ask whether it's technically possible. I'm asking, do you think that a friend records their friend's phone calls when that person doesn't know?
Objection, he gave an answer.
That's not a legal objection. It's not.
Yes,
It's an objection,
yes,
no question. It's speculation. What friends do is irrelevant. Ask another question.
You called Terell a friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that it was being a friend of his to tape his phone calls without his knowledge?
Yes.
How was that being a friend to Terell?
Sometimes friends do things like that.
You mean sometimes friends betray friends by taping their calls and then calling other people to report what they found? Is that what you mean?
That's more than called betrayal.
Argumentative.
So, when is the last time that you had spoken to the defendant prior to immediately calling him after the May 2022 phone call?
I didn't talk to him.
What's that?
I said I didn't talk to him prior to really calling me.
No, so, well, you talked to him before, so I'm asking the last time. When did the last time be?
I'm not sure.
When is the first time, so when did you first find out about the whole incident, the shooting? When did you find out?
From Relli in 2022.
No, I'm not asking when you found out from Relli. When did you first hear about the shooting?
When Relli told me.
So you're saying you had never heard about this shooting that happened to your friend, ASAP Rocky, until May of 2022?
Correct.
So you're saying you speak to him every other month, you're aware that that shooting, that incident happened in November 2021, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that even though your friend was involved in a shooting, lead shooting, ASAP Rocky, you didn't hear about it for 5 months?
I heard about it from Relli first.
And you said the first time you heard about it from Relli was in May of 2022. That's what you just testified to, correct?
Yes.
So when's the first time you talked to Relli after November of 2021?
I'm not sure.
Well, give me an estimate of when the last time you spoke to him was.
I said I'm not sure.
Well, here's my question. You would agree that the shooting involving ASAP Rocky, that was a big media event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Didn't you say, wait, what do you do for a living? Well, let me just get this right. You basically work on people boosting their media profile, correct?
It's not what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not sure if you heard, but I run a technology agency and we build websites, software for brands, creatives, artists, musicians.
Right, you testified, quote.
And part of that, if you want me to get into it, sometimes people offer things like Relli did to help with their social media.
You are very involved in the rap and entertainment world, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not a rapper. I don't make music. I don't produce beats.
That's not what I asked you.
You asked if I'm involved in the rap.
Are you involved in working with individuals in the music, rap, and entertainment world?
No. Might be 10%, 20% of my client list.
So 10% or 20% of your client list but ASAP Rocky is approximately 20-25% of your income. Just want to clarify, is that correct?
You said, is my client as rappers or in the music industry? Big question.
So here's what I'm asking you. You're telling me you never heard of this incident until May of 2022.
Until Relli told me.
You're telling me that Relli is contacting you saying he wants you to boost his media profile, and he's naming outlets like Rolling Stone magazine, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be your job to be monitoring what's going on in the media with individuals that you're talking to?
No, it's not my job.
So let me ask you something. Your sworn testimony is, Relli told me about it for the first time in May 2022. That's the first I heard of this shooting, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you, given what you do for a living, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
So let me ask you something all with the sidebar. This doesn't be on the record. Concern is a schedule. Come on up, please. Mr. Sajemi has a flight out tonight. Should we go well past 4:30? Is there anybody who could not go till 5:30 tonight? And it's merely to accommodate his flight. We want to try to get finished with him today. Is that okay with anybody? Is that okay with everybody? Kathy's willing, everybody's willing to stay, but I don't want to, if one of you has a commitment, I don't want to interfere with your lives. If Mr. Sajimi wasn't fine, you go back to Paris?
Yeah.
So when's your flight?
6:30.
6:30
Yes.
tonight? 6:30 p.m.? That might be a lot better. All right, again, I apologize to you all, but I want to get finished. We all want, yes.
Can I
Sure,
just
39.
make a quick phone call for my rights?
I can't hear you.
Can I just make a quick
Of
phone call?
course. Why don't we take a break now? Kathy, you all can stretch your legs. If you want to make a phone call, make a phone call. Let's resume at 10 minutes to 4.
Your Honor, clearly, could the JA inquire privately? I'm guessing it might be difficult in the jurisdiction. I'm just hoping that we inquire in more private settings, so they're able to.
If you can't do it, can you please let me know? It's okay. I know this is a big ask. Don't be shy. I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to assume that everybody is on board. All right. 10 to 4, folks. You let everybody know. That's it. no bearing on any decision you have to make. So that's why I didn't take it. What we provided to you is what will assist you in your decision.
Well, we can now get Channel F to come with questions first. Mr. Cheney, have you actually heard the full recordings of what you turned over?
Yes,
When's the last time you heard
this morning.
this morning? So you heard them in their entirety, is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that what the defense played was a tiny snippet overall, those recordings?
Yes, the recording was 30 minutes, played what, 3 minutes, so yes.
And I just want to be clear. Even on the part of it, whatever part was edited that the jury isn't going to hear, at no point in time did Relli ever say to you, or imply, or infer that the shooting did not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that in every interaction you've had with him, however many there are, since the incident occurred, that he has always been very clear in his position that the defendant shot at him and that he was hit?
Yes.
All right, we're going to play these to make it easy. You would agree that when the defense played you the calls, they started with them out of order. The first snippet they played was from August, and actually your first call was in May. Is that correct?
May, June, July, August is the correct order of dates, correct? Yeah.
Well, you were saying May, June, July, August. I thought we only have 2 dates.
I'm giving you the sequence of dates, right?
Okay,
A
no,
month, right? So-
you know, so let me just inquire. I'm a little confused what you just said. So my understanding is there are only 2 calls, one in May
Correct.
and one in August. Is that right?
Yes.
But you just said May, June, July, and
Let me
August.
correct myself. I'm giving you, you asked me, was May before August? I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
right? So May,
understood.
June, July, August is the
Got it.
sequence of dates.
So,
Yeah.
understood. So I'm just making clear, we're now gonna play this. What we're gonna play, you would agree, this is chronologically, meaning this is the first of the recorded calls. Is that right?
Yeah.
And before we start, it's your position that Relli called you and you called him back all ready to record. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior, when he had called you, at that point in time, you didn't know what he was gonna say, correct?
No, it was just a lot of calls.
Right, but so what I'm saying is at the time he calls you in May, you don't know about the shooting.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the first time you find about the shooting is during the May 2022 call, and because you don't know what he's gonna be talking to you about, you have no idea why there is gonna be any value in recording him, is that right?
No, but there was a numerous amount of missed calls, kept calling him, so.
Here's what I don't understand. Why, if you don't know anything about the incident, anything about the allegations, why are you taping a call with your friend?
Just to protect myself, and just to have, just oversight.
Why would you need to protect yourself from a friend when you know nothing about any incident that he was involved in?
Seemed weird.
So you're saying you got repeated calls from somebody, your friend, Relli. You didn't know what it was about, and so your response to getting repeated calls from him was to go, you know what, I'm gonna call him back, and I think I'm gonna tape him and not tell him, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that was done because you felt you needed to protect yourself, is that right?
Correct.
What were you protecting yourself from?
Just whatever was said. I mean,
So do you typically, when you get missed calls, do you call people back and you record them?
they're being weird, yes.
What is weird about a missed call?
10 missed calls in 2 minutes, weird.
So when you say if someone's being weird, You didn't talk to him, correct?
No, but there might have been text too, but I don't remember.
Mr. Lewin? Time to move on.
All right, let's play. I want you to listen to this. I'm gonna ask you questions about it.
Your Honor, when we get to the last page, it didn't print out, so I will pull it up on my computer.
So there's a page 16.
There is.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have.
No one has it. That's why I said I'll pull it up on my computer.
All right, should be on the screen.
All right, I'm gonna start the recording. And the file name is IMG_0786 redacted.
This is the May 12, 2022 call.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Shit closed in, my bad. I'm in my girl's shit bed, so what happened, bro? You know, I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen, fam.
Did you hear what was just said?
Yes.
You just said, quote, "I'm not trying to pick sides and shit." I thought you don't know anything that's happening.
Like I said, there might have been text prior.
No, what you testified to, sir, was that the first time you ever heard anything about that incident was when Terell called you. And I'm reading this, and it says, quote, "You know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit." So I want you to explain to me, if you didn't know about it before this call, what in the heck is that comment about?
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
Sustain his break.
Please explain what you meant by, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit, if you did not have any prior knowledge of the incident.
Just trying to mediate the situation after that.
How can you mediate a situation that you know nothing about and have never heard of?
Like I told you, I might have received the text from him, so yeah.
Do you recall me asking you prior to the break, 3 different times, and again after the break, whether you had heard anything about the incident until you talked to Terell on May 12, 2022, and you responded each time, "No, this was the first time I heard of it." Do you recall responding to that? Sorry, Ron. It's loud because this court knows I can't hear, so my apologies.
Yes, but I thought you were specifically talking to the phone call, so, yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
You can repeat your question, I'll answer it.
So what I'm asking you is, I asked you 4 different times before the break, 1 time after the break. I confirmed the first time you had ever heard anything about this shooting incident that happened in November was during the May call, this call, with Relli. And yet the first thing you say is, "You know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit." And then you say, in testimony today, "I was trying to mediate." So my question is, how can you be talking about not picking sides and about mediating when you never heard of what happened?
I think I answered this where I think I received text as well. So, yeah, and what I mean by picking sides is trying to mediate the situation.
So when you say you received texts, so are you now changing your testimony and saying, "Yes, I knew about this incident beforehand"?
Objection,
Repeat the question?
Are you now saying, "Yes, I was aware of the incident from November of 2021, prior to this phone call"?
I'm not sure, 3 years ago.
Well, I want you to take a look at the transcript. I want you to look at page 2, and I want you to read again to yourself. And I want you to read starting at line 8 to line 11, and tell me if now you understand whether or not
Yeah, I think I get your question, and my answer again is, I believe, I'm not sure if I received text messages, about the situation, so, yeah.
So you're saying you decided to you recorded these calls. Did you save those text messages?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean, not sure? Do you have those text messages today?
Probably not, and the definition of I'm not sure is,
Mr. Malone, are you gonna play with the rest of the?
I don't know.
I am, but I'm taking them one at a time, and then I'll start playing again.
All right, let's,
I think it's easier to hit each one as it comes up.
you hit this one a lot.
Well, Your Honor, I'm trying to get, he just now said that there are text messages he believes. What do you believe was said in the text messages?
I don't remember.
Well, so obviously, if you knew about it, that would have meant that Relli would have had to have told you what happened in these texts.
Possibly.
Well, when you say possibly, will you at least concede that you knew about the incident, given what you said, prior to you recording the conversation?
Can't confirm that, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you again, since your memory's a little hazy, is it, as you sit here, maybe you think you might have talked to the defendant about it sometime between November and May?
No.
So what would be your rush, sir, right after you talked to Relli, to call the defendant if that was the first time you ever heard anything about the alleged shooting, the lawsuit? What made you immediately pick up the phone and call Rocky?
I think I answered this, trying to mediate the situation, so send it over to him.
All right, couldn't you play?
Picking sides, that nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed up. I'm not, you gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me? Yeah.
Would you agree, sir, that during this little section, that Relli is basically telling you, he is saying that the defendant was 100% wrong, and then you got 12 in ills mixed up in it?
Ron, I'm going to object.
Do you agree that in that section, sir, as you listen to it, as you read it right now, that Relli is telling you that Rocky is basically coming wrong?
Ron, I'm objecting again.
The words speak for themselves.
Exactly.
Keep going, push the play button.
Your Honor,
Push the play button, let's continue.
Your Honor, but I'll do that, but again, I keep asking, he doesn't give grounds. We're lawyers. Lawyers give grounds. That's how law works in California.
I know how it works in California.
Well, Your Honor,
Stop telling me how it works in California, how it doesn't work. No speaking objections. State the grounds, state objection and the legal grounds. Push the play button.
As a duty he did, I don't have, he forced my hand, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him and Ills. Why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you're gonna hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times that Ills and told me with him? Text messages saying, link up, where you at? And all of this is because of, I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about.
Were you aware prior to Relli relating this information to you that there had been a pre-existing issue between Relli and Rocky regarding Josh?
No, I don't know based on that.
Did you know what he was referring to?
Not really, I don't know Josh. I didn't know Josh.
But you agree that ASAP Relli told you that he, in essence, pressed Rocky about Josh and about him not doing right by Josh and accusing Rocky of lying. That's what he told you, correct?
Yeah, he's telling his side of the story.
All right, please continue.
He hits a Bari, like later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him taking ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch. So he goes in and says, hey, Bari influenced a whole week later doing that complex car shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just what happened. I'm with Bari while Rocky is up. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year Illz is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning. Terell.
You would agree that is ASAP Relli telling you that basically he is present for a conversation where ASAP Rocky is talking to Bari and is saying negative things about Relli, correct? That's what that means, correct? But it's not clear, and I'm asking the witness because the witness understands how they speak to each
You've
other.
already indicated that you want a legal ground.
Let me give you.
Mr. Tacopina said objection. He's about to state.
I'm sorry, Ron. It's irrelevant what he believes Relli meant. That's the same objection. I
Sustain.
No, I'm not asking what
The words speak for themselves. In final argument, you can put your interpretation on what was said. Mr. Tacopina can do the same thing.
Your Honor, am I allowed to inquire the witness since they're speaking in a manner that is not necessarily easy for anybody to understand? I have to inquire, and what does that mean? I'm not asking.
But you're not asking what that means.
What does it mean? What does what you just heard, where Terell tells you that just basically, and I heard you, but in Rocky Head's head, he looked like a bitch because Barry had him on speaker. Rocky didn't know who else heard that conversation, but I heard him talk about it. And I told Rocky over the years, and if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me?
I can't tell you what he means. You need to ask Terell.
I think it might be helpful if Mrs. Junie had.
Oh, you have it?
Okay. Yeah, I'm reading it. All right.
So you're telling me, listening to that, you didn't understand that to mean that there had been a phone call where Rocky had been talking bad about Relli, not knowing Relli could hear it, and that Bari had been involved. That's not what you understood that to mean.
He's telling the side of the story, so sure.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was true or not. I asked you, is that what Relli told you?
Yes, I'm on the other side of the phone call.
Okay. All right, keep playing.
I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woo-dee-woo, you feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he looked like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Yeah. I feel it. Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I was supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him and Illz and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the lodge. I tell him he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Did you take from that, as you heard it, that Relli was now telling you that there was a dispute between he and Rocky that also now was bringing in Illz as well, and that it had resulted in 20 or 30 missed calls between the defendant and Relli?
Judge, I'm objecting. Again, the same reason I object to court's relevant. What this witness is portraying. Words of the transcript.
Your Honor, it actually
Stop, both of you. No speaking objections. Don't debate. Do you know what this means?
I can't decipher what somebody, I'm hearing this side of the story, I can't decipher what they actually do.
Okay, all right, go on.
I'm not asking you whether you believe it or whether it's credible. I'm simply asking you when you were told this, Relli was telling you that this dispute between he and Rocky had resulted in 20 to 30 missed calls between him, which is Relli, Illz, and Rocky. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Yes. And he's also telling you he's staying at the Lowe's, and he tells you that he finally answers because he's sleeping. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Now, you said you've been watching this trial, correct?
Correct.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
Just recently.
Well, a couple of days ago, correct?
Correct.
And you continue to watch the trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Didn't the defense tell you, hey, listen, you're going to be a witness in this case? You should not be watching the trial?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Sustain.
For what grounds, Your Honor?
It's irrelevant. Just ask another question.
When you were watching the trial, you were hearing and listening what witnesses were saying about this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So as you sit here, you know everything that's taken place up to this time in this trial, is that right?
No, I didn't watch every minute of every hour of the case.
Well, you certainly know overall what has been transpiring in this case, correct?
Not overall.
Do you know what,
If I miss some days, how was that overall?
do you know what the defense is in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Are you aware that the defense is claiming that it was a prop gun that was used by ASAP Rocky?
Objection, prohibited.
What's the ground?
It's not relevant what Mr. Sajimi is aware of as it relates to the defense.
Have you ever seen Rocky with prop gun?
Objection, prohibited.
Have you ever seen with prop gun?
No.
And would you agree, I'm just gonna ask you, but would you agree that in the world that you're involved in the entertainment world, in the rap world, if somebody is a concern about violence or a home invasion robbery, are you aware in your experience of anybody ever carrying a prop gun to deter that kind of conduct?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware. No speculation, Ron. Okay.
It's asking him to speculate. So,
I'm not in the entertainment world.
No, you don't have to. He said he's not in the rap world. Ask another question.
We can do it.
I answered it. He's like, where you at? With a slick voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the really at the Lowe's, you feel me? And we know how you Boulevard, they all look the same. You're like, no, you're not, nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay, all they look the same, I'll show them outside. When he does, I'll be in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright, my girl, like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me, Illz calls me. I got all these text messages, but everything is even done. You were a couple only people who heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why really though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, they don't how to build you.
I wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me.
What did you mean when you said, why take it to, the guys? What did that mean?
The police, I wanted to have them find a resolution outside of legal or police.
Would you agree that if Rocky shot him and hit him, isn't that a police matter?
Sure, yes.
Well, so why then are you saying, you know what, why are you taking it to the guys?
I think I can answer that.
So have you already decided what side you're on?
No, but I think when you're trying to mitigate a situation, the best solution is not all of this.
You used an interesting, you just said mitigate. Before you said mediate.
Mediate, I'm sorry.
Well, let's back up. You were trying to mitigate this situation for your buddy.
I spoke wrong. I was trying to mediate.
Let me ask my question. Who used the word mitigate?
I did, and I was wrong.
Motion to strike everything after I did as non-responsive.
Sustained.
You would agree that in using that term, that could certainly, if you could convince Relli to not cooperate with the police or authorities, that could mitigate the situation for your friend ASAP Rocky, correct?
I'm trying to mediate the situation.
How exactly were you trying to mediate the situation to help Relli?
Really just hear him out.
Hear him out on a tape call that you could then call your buddy ASAP Rocky about, is that right?
Mediating the situation to me was hearing his frustration.
Hearing his frustration, your friend, so you could report it to the true person that you had interest in protecting, correct?
I think it was right to show the other person or show both sides when you're talking to both sides. Yeah.
How many of your calls with Rocky did you make?
None, we didn't talk on the phone. Never talked on the phone.
Go ahead, Steve, go ahead.
Problem, technical problem?
Yes. I'm just gonna reopen it here after that.
I'll ask some other questions in the meantime. So we don't waste any time.
Everybody turned on me. Everybody. Everybody turned on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on this block and go shoot up at the shoot him up? What is my cripple head? Because he's a multi-million bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me when I'm taking it on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So,
At this point, Relli was telling you that Rocky had shot at him, correct? What you just heard.
I don't know what he meant exactly with why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He landed at me. No longer level.
Where he says, or do I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You didn't understand that to mean he was saying that Rocky shot at him?
That's what he meant. I can't decipher what he meant, right?
You cannot decipher what he meant by, I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You can't decipher that.
Sustained. The words speak for themselves. Again, you can comment on them in final argument, or Mr. Zloman, whoever does the final argument, as can Mr. Tacopina. The words are there. Both of you can put whatever inference you want. Go on to the next question.
But you ignorant black nigga. I mean, these niggas everything, how to get money, how to do this. You watch do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on something like this, that, and third, or some holy shit, and I'm gonna have a guy warrior. I've been saying this because he weird at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Illz as a shield while I be dead.
Did Relli tell you that he had to use Illz as a shield or I'd be dead?
He said that.
Keep playing.
He was really trying to, like, you feel me? Not trying to end slash and shit with some paper or something, but yeah, you know, like. Bro, it's too late. He told me suck I did. I hit a John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. He had nothing but time, bro. Man, I got the best lawyer in LA and work on my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the picture of bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. I feel, bro. So what am I supposed to do? I accept it.
So, Relli is telling you that the defendant shot at him and then basically told him, F you, I'm not giving you anything. And your response is, he says, you feel me, and you say, yeah. What was the point of your response?
I'm consulting through a mediation, so
So you're consulting for mediation. Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
I'm meeting the situation, so I'm hearing him out.
Isn't it true that what you're doing is you are trying to make Relli think that you are on his side, while at the same time you are taping him and then immediately contacting the man he is saying shot at him, who is actually your closer friend. Isn't that correct?
No, I'm mediating the situation, so
Keep playing. So you also say, this is on, you got it in front of you. You say, you gotta try to squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what? You know, like, you see that, that's on page 8, lines 7 through 9?
yes,
You're telling him, when you need to get some paper, you're telling him, you gotta get some money from the defendant, correct?
I'm really just giving him options to mediate the situation, so there's resolution.
Right, and the option you're giving him is you're basically telling him he can go get money from the defendant. That's what that means, correct?
No,
What does it mean when you're saying to go get paper? What does that mean?
I'm giving him options, right? Not just one option, what you're saying.
So listen to me, I didn't ask you how many options you're giving him. Listen to my question.
You said, what does this mean?
What does it?
Let me finish, right?
Sure.
So what does this mean from line 6 to 9?
No, let me be
That's
real
what you
clear.
asked, right?
No, this is what I asked you.
All
Are
right.
you ready? What does it mean when you said, get some paper or something? What does that mean?
It can be money.
What's that?
I said it can be money.
Wait, it can mean money or it did mean money?
It can.
What did it mean when you said it?
I said it can mean money.
Listen to my question. Are you the one that said that?
Yeah.
When you said it, did it mean money?
Yeah.
You were telling him you can get some money from Rocky. That's where you're saying you're trying to mediate, correct?
No.
No?
I'm giving options to mediate the situation.
Sir, one of those options is, you're telling him an option would be get some paper or something, correct?
Correct.
Now, let me ask you, up until this time in the conversation, has Relli mentioned that he is gonna try to be getting a bunch of money from the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Well, would you agree that it looks like you're the person suggesting he go get some money? We just get some paper, correct?
Giving it an option within the mediation.
And that's coming from you, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that's exactly what he did, correct?
I believe so.
Well, you believe so, you're aware, you said, you taped him, he went and got a lawyer, and he ended up suing the defendant for money, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, move on. Keep playing.
Niggas shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died or shot his head. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he trying to kill me. So that's when that's when he got to agree. You feel me?
I feel you know when niggas just lying, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He got more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He was trying to reach out to me. He still can't reach out to me.
I feel with the legal shit and pulling up, bro, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go about that way.
When he said on the top of page 9, he says, now coming with suing the court, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. He was referring to the incident with Rocky, right? That's how you took it, is that right?
Objection to what he interpreted, brother, saying again, not relevant.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
So he is saying the severity of this case, and he says, now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's where he's going to. That's why he got to read, you feel me, and you say, yeah, I feel, ain't no way ends good like you feel me. No paper, no nothing, Rosie. You're saying at that point, he's telling you he tried to kill me, and you're telling him, hey, get some money, correct? As an option.
Trying to mediate the situation, yes.
That's not the question I asked you. Are you telling him to get some money as an option?
Not directly.
So what does it mean? What is indirect about you mentioning get some paper?
I think it's the way we talk. You really wouldn't understand, but there's a way we talk that puts out options, right? So, yeah.
So you're saying you indicated that paper is money, and you admitted that you're telling him to go get some paper, and now you're telling me apparently I can't understand the way you talk and mean something different?
You're just highlighting the word paper.
No, you said the word get some paper.
You're highlighting the word paper, but if you look around it, there's certain ways we talk that I'm giving off different options to mediate the situation.
So you're basically saying that in order for anybody to understand this conversation, we gotta ask you to interpret, correct?
No, not necessarily, no.
Well, if you're saying that we can't understand the plain words you're giving, and you're further saying that you understand it and we don't, then it would seem that the only way we could understand would be to ask you to explain it, correct?
No, if I said the dog was red, you can understand the dog is red. With certain terminology in the way we talk, you wouldn't understand it.
I just want to be clear, you've accomplished what you meant to accomplish. Push the play button.
Boy had a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the few. Because but those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next, bro?
Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Cause everybody look bad, bro. I'm just trying to.
He look bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call you. I didn't have a gun. He left his in Hollywood house. Why everybody say everybody look bad? Why don't everybody point the finger? Because when I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people.
Niggas
hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I pay my way around it every single time.
Did Relli ever tell you during any conversation that he had any gun or any weapon during this incident?
Not sure, no.
Not sure or no, which is,
Relli himself?
did Relli ever tell you during any conversation that during this incident in November 2021 with the defendant, that he, Relli, had a gun or any kind of weapon?
No, he never mentioned that.
In fact, he said, made very clear he didn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask the defendant if he had a gun?
No.
Keep playing.
That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12 AP Illz. Nigga, that was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? The nigga asked if Barbie, is he out to the complex car? Nigga, Barbie laughs at him like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation was about how he got 12 and Illz on a jet or some whole shit.
I feel you. Shit, wicked, dog. Shit, wicked. You fucking niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no years. He didn't know years. Years popped up at my crib So on purpose swag, I made that nigga. That's why you feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been that. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last goal in my man.
I just know that niggas are trying to end this shit and you know, behind that.
He could.
So when you're saying you just want this shit ended, you want bygones to be bygones, you wanted to mitigate this situation, whether the defendant shot him or not, correct?
I'm saying to mediate the situation.
Did you hear what you were just going to say?
Yes, I can read.
Okay, so my question is, when you're saying, I just want all you ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones, you are saying you do not care what actually happened, you just want the situation to be over, correct?
No, it's not.
So what did you mean by that?
I think I answered this. When you're mediating, you wanna come to a resolution, and yeah.
So I'm gonna ask this question again because you're not answering it. These are your
Sustain.
Sir,
Don't editorialize.
sir, these are your words. So I'm gonna read these words and I'm gonna ask you specifically what the words meant. You said, I just want you all ends to kind of end this shit and you know, bygones be bygones. What did you mean when you said that?
I think I just told you to mediate it and find a resolution between each other.
Okay, move on.
He's not answering the question. He's not answering.
Just did, move on.
The end of it, when he shot at me, who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times when you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me to stop ducking him. He played that. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He didn't tell me I'm coming to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. And me and Illz is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds for shit happening like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You stupid. He did it all on camera, Cam. So the world looking at me because of bars you off right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, his whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
So that's what you, what's the end game, bro?
They came on suing this shit out of here. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire trying to kill me.
So it's really
You were played a small clip of this by the defense that only had the I'm suing the shit out of him. That was my game regardless. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that that clip alone, just by itself, doesn't put the rest of the conversation in context?
Objections to that.
Still no ground, John, right? Objection to that.
The objection is, that's an improper question, but that was an impeachment question, that's what I asked everyone.
That's not a legal objection. Your Honor, I keep asking you the question.
If you want, when the defense is asking questions, if you just want to say objection without a legal ground, I could probably infer what the legal ground is. I want to move the case along.
Your Honor, I'm just asking, the court has said they ordered both sides. We're lawyers.
Right.
I can't respond when he doesn't give a legal ground. The court, it makes me an offer that I don't have to state a legal ground. That's not the rule of court. I state a legal ground because I'm a lawyer. He simply says objection.
So what do you suggest?
He give a legal ground, as you told him.
And if he doesn't?
Then the objection's overruled. According to the evidence code and the rules of court. The court knows that. I'm not telling the court anything the court's not aware of. That's all I'm asking, Judge. Just stay the ground. And instead we get along.
I heard you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right.
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Now he gotta face the consequences of that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
I mean, like, squash that shit in the streets, type of shit that has money.
He ain't no street nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I feel okay.
You know what?
What did you mean when you said, I feel I mean like squash that shit in the streets type shit? What does that mean?
I think that's another cultural thing that you kind of wouldn't understand that we use, where it's really mediating the situation among ourselves.
Your Honor, can you instruct the witness to answer the question? That's not an answer.
Yeah, and refrain from suggesting to Mr. Lewin or anybody else what they would or would not understand. Just answer the question directly. Ask the question.
It's hard to answer someone.
Do your best.
Okay. Sir, I'm asking you, listen to my question, what you meant, what you said. I'm not asking you to respond that you were mediating. That's not answering the question. I'm not actually asking you to tell me that I wouldn't understand it. You said the words. What did you mean?
Meant to find a resolution.
What specifically does it mean? Squash that shit in the street type shit. What does that mean?
Keep mentioning what it means, and I'm telling you, within our culture, it needs to find a resolution. You wouldn't understand.
He's answered the question and move on.
And the resolution that you've already advised him of is get some paper, get some money, and keep the cops
And I
out.
answered this, I listed different options as well.
What other option did you list, sir, besides get the money? What other option did you list in?
Have a conversation.
Have a conversation. So you're mediating, and your solution is, after the victim has been shot at, your solution is he should either get some money or have a conversation with the defendant. Is that correct? That's your solution?
There's more solutions, but yes.
Well, I'm asking, what solution specifically during this call, other than get some money, did you offer to Relli to solve the situation? Maybe one.
I think just to talk. Mediate the situation, yeah, just talk.
You're aware that Relli has told you that they went to talk and the defendant pulled a gun on him and then shot at him a couple of minutes later the last time they talked. You're aware of that, correct?
But over time, people's sensitivity and their feelings kind of change, so you can come to a common ground and talk.
So your advice to Relli was, sit down with the defendant, whether he shot you or not, because times change, we need to keep the police out of it, and we need to settle this amongst ourselves. That's pretty much your advice?
Trying to mediate the situation so we can talk.
Okay.
So there's a better resolution than a circus.
Wait, a circus, or you mean a lawsuit where the defendant might suffer adverse consequences? Or a criminal case where he might suffer adverse consequences?
I just need a resolution.
What do you mean you just said a circus?
Just really high publicity, public things.
Well, and in fact, you had this conversation in May. That was just a short time after it was publicly revealed. You're aware now, you've been watching the trial, you said, a lot of the trial. You're aware that originally when this case happened in November, that Relli was not identified. But in April of 2022, it went all over the media saying that Relli was the guy involved, calling him a snitch, calling him a rat. You're aware of that now, correct?
Time to move on. Were you aware of that?
I was aware when he told me that.
When did he tell you that?
He told me about the situation on the phone call.
Go ahead, Glenn.
And we this ain't no street nigga, man. He got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man riding around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga, you already know what happened. Everybody knows what happened. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The case of Dior, like, come on, stop it. I'm saying street nigga.
I'm just trying to, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. So, it's always right every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster, well doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas
He got 3 or 4 bodyguards with him 24/7.
So what's the next thing, bro? Like niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just
He's finished. He's finished. He got to.
Why not just ask for the bag, or,
I try to
I want the court to understand that I will absolutely finish, Your Honor, by 5:30. I will be done. So I'm just asking the court, because I need to ask these questions, I'm asking the court for the same leeway that the defense got with Relli, who was on the stand for 5 days. So I will be done, I promise, by 5:30. So I'm just asking, as I'm asking these questions, that if there's a legitimate objection, it's the same, but the court is asking me to move on. If there's not an objection,
Because there comes a point where it appears to me that you fully explored the issue and it is time to move it. You are accomplishing what you are intending to accomplish.
Okay.
And there's no reason to keep on that same issue. And again, at the end of the case, when you argue to the jury, when Mr. Tacopina argues to the jury, argue reasonable inferences.
But the problem is I need to confront the witness with what I'm saying. So I'll be done by 5:30, Ron. I just want to let the court know that. You have my word. If I'm not, you can stop me. With no argument, nothing back. So, what did you mean where it says, do you feel me, like, why not squash this shit? What did that mean?
Did I not answer this? I think it meant to mediate the situation and find a resolution.
It meant to keep this, you then say, right before it, you said, what's next though, bro? Like, ends go to court? You're telling him what's gonna happen is, this case is gonna end up in court, and you're telling him you want to squash it before it gets to court, correct?
I'm asking him what his process was, and he's telling me.
Okay, good.
Bro, you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro.
Hold on, sorry. Does everybody understand that you don't have page 16 in your transcript? It's going to be up on the screen. All right.
I can make it a little bigger and we need to.
Did everyone see it or no?
No, we can't see it.
Are you able to eliminate the
Yes,
picture
yes,
and center it? Can you make it bigger?
I can.
Can everyone see it
How
now?
about that?
Also, it's also right behind, to your right. Your Honor, some jurors, if it's easier for them to see, can they stand and see?
Sure, yes.
On, if that's easier.
All right.
When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you gotta look, bro. I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand. I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro. It's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you. I feel, bro.
And this is right after this call, you called the defendant and told him what it transpired.
I'm trying to think if niggas could like help out.
Correct?
What'd you say?
Right after you finish this call, you call the defendant and you tell him, here's what's going on, here's what Relli said.
Right.
When's the next time you talk to Relli after that?
Didn't we answer that? I think it was August 2022, right?
So what you're saying is now, whenever you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, right?
Well, I think you're missing what I'm telling you.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Listen to my question. So what you're saying is, the next time you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, is that right?
He called me multiple times and I missed that call back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Stevie, what he's asking you is a yes or no question. Gotcha. So go ahead and ask it again.
The next time you call him, in August 2022, that's the next time you spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
And you had the tape recorder ready to go, correct?
No.
Did you tape him?
Yes.
So you were able, he calls you, I'm sorry, you call him. You made the call, right?
Yes, back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
I didn't hear it.
He said back instead of, he's asking the right question.
Well,
It does
the
not.
whole answer is non-responsive. It calls for yes or no.
Did you call him back?
Yes.
And when you called him back, you immediately were recording what he was saying, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's play the next call, please.
Right, I'm gonna ask the mark the transcript for the first part of the August 16, 2022 call as equals 30.
Which is the first part? Because there's two August 16th transcripts.
There, the first part is the audio file is IMG_07942. So it ends with a 2.
That's the first part?
And so that, the transcript for that audio clip will be 30.
And I have copies for the jurors I'll pass up. The staples aren't totally flat, so don't poke yourself on them.
Everyone ready?
Anybody have a transcript?
Yo, shit, nigga. Come on, shit, man, where you at? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know the links you want to do, or you want me to take them shits? Yeah, it's shit time. Just probably the one from Rolling Stone, all the other publications. Just pick the top ones, probably like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit. And then when I get it, I know I'm that 30 side. Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to get that shit to you for me. So you got, it's a lot. Yo, what's your overall thoughts on this shit, though? Like, coming from that, like, with Rocky, like, fuck all that other shit. You think I'm wrong, bro? Bro, like, you feel me? Because niggas don't even know I be talking to you, bro. So, like, real talk, like.
So on page 2, you start off by telling him, you suggest right off the top that you're going to submit those links. Those are links to the media stuff that you and Relli talked about, correct?
Correct.
So you're telling him you're going to get his story out into the media, is that right?
Yes, that's what he wanted.
But in actuality, while you're doing this, you're taping him, and after this call, you're going to tell the defendant exactly what he told you, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, on page 3, you straight lie to him, and you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I've been talking to you, bro. You're saying the defendant doesn't know that you're talking to him, correct?
Niggas doesn't mean the defendant. Niggas can mean people.
Listen to me, I'm not asking you what it can mean, I'm saying what it meant here is you are.
I'm telling you that.
I'm not asking for any education.
Ask him what he meant by it.
What I believe you meant by it, sir, was you are telling him that Rocky does not know that he's talking to you, correct?
And I just answer that where niggas, another cultural thing.
What was the non-responsive?
Doesn't mean the defendant.
Just a minute.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true that by saying, in this time, during this conversation, not in general, when you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I've been talking to you, bro, you are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to him.
No, and there's also plural there, so defendant is singular.
And right after that, you literally say, so like real talk, like I'm even trying to play both sides. That is referring to Relli and the defendant, correct?
I think I just answered where niggas to me in this.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Please instruct the juror to answer the question you asked, or you won't go home today.
You mean the witness?
The witness, excuse me, yes, Your Honor. I'm being as brief as I can, but I want my question
It's
answered.
very important that if he asks you a yes or no question, that you ask yes or no, and don't volunteer it.
Sometimes he's not answering.
I understand that.
So I try to give my.
Well, what he's asking is yes or no.
Can you ask again?
Isn't it true that when you said, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro, so like real talk, like I ain't even trying to play both sides. You are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to Relli.
No. Just told you.
No, that's not what it meant. So you're saying, no, that's not what it meant?
No, because
Objection, ask and answer.
I literally just told you. I never-
Stop. The objection sustained. Then ask him what he did mean.
So I want to ask you what you meant specifically by that comment, and I'm not asking for a general statement about mediation. What did you specifically mean by those words in that comment?
People, friends, niggas with an S is plural, didn't mean the singular to the defendant.
So what did it mean when immediately after that you say, I ain't even trying to play both sides? What side are you talking about?
Which line are you saying, so I can read?
It's directly after what I just read you, page 3.
Yeah,
Lines 8, and it goes through 12.
yeah, that line doesn't have to do with the first one, right? It's just me saying, within the mediation, I'm not trying to take both sides.
And by both sides, you mean the defendant and Terell, correct? Those are the two sides.
Correct.
So when you are saying, I ain't even trying to take both sides, right after saying that basically ends don't even know that I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying the defendant does not know that I'm talking to you, and I'm not trying to take sides.
Objection, ask and answer, sustained.
Go ahead.
I ain't even trying to play both sides. I'm just a genuine nigga that means well, you feel me? So like, I honestly think it just looks like bad on both y'all niggas' names. You feel me? Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, real shit, it don't even matter how, like, what went on. It's like, really what the...
See, I'm not even looking at it like a person's name. I'm looking at the circumstances, you know what I mean? Yeah. Cause I'm still trying to understand. I even still try to reach out to these people, to John and all of that. Like I could have went straight to the boys and did all that extra shit from the beginning, you know what I mean? Yeah. Nah, really. I just think that his fame and his legacy, and how my lawyers.
What was just played, where Terell told you that he didn't even reach out to the boys originally. You agree, he's telling you that he didn't reach out to the police originally.
Can you start referring to the line so I can read what you're reading?
Sure.
Probably, thanks.
Sure.
Your Honor, objection lacks foundation, speculation, lacks personal knowledge. He can't speak to what the witness, what the other witness.
Well, Mr. Najimi just asked to be referred to a line, so do that. Mr. Blue, which line are you referring to?
One moment, Your Honor.
And on page 4?
1 second, Your Honor. Lines 2 through 5, Your Honor. With respect to the objection, the witness has repeatedly stated that I can't understand what exactly he means in these conversations. So I have to ask him because he refuses to acknowledge the plain words.
You're entitled to ask.
So what did you mean by that?
Well, that's Terell Ephron.
Is it true that what Terell was telling you was that he tried to keep the police out of it and handle it without their involvement?
Your Honor, again, objection, same objection, speculation, lack of foundation. He can't speak of what's in the.
That's what he said. Can't tell you what he meant.
But the way you took that is he's telling you, hey, I could have went straight to the boys. That means I could have went straight to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? But he says he did all that extra shit from the beginning. So he's telling you, I could have done that, but I didn't. That's what he's saying, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay.
I could restart, Your Honor, I think it's close to where we paused.
Okay, prosecutor.
Things and his legacy, like how my lawyers were saying, it's the fact that it's just my skin color. People thinking that I'm supposed to be at a certain, which is like crash, like people expect black people to be crash test dummies. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you a hood nigga. Oh, you supposed to be like this. Like, what?
Yeah, what you thinking, like, I think niggas should just resolve that shit peacefully, quietly, like, you feel me? Like, and just, like,
That's what I tried. I tried. He didn't even reach out to me or nothing. Like, this is nothing, like, he's still thinking that this shit is a joke. He's gonna find out when he go to preliminary hearing, and that's when his people are gonna try to reach out because they're gonna realize how bad this shit is.
How much money you looking for? Like, what you doing?
It's not how much I'm looking for, it's what I'm suing for, what stands in the bracket to what it is.
I feel,
you know what I'm saying? But that comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of different reasons. It's 4 different lawsuits.
I feel what you thinking. Like, how you thinking this shit look though? Like, you feel me? Like,
what you mean?
Like, just like, you know, from the perspective of just like outside looking in, you feel me? Like, oh,
I feel good because I know who it is. I know you never look down to nobody. He really not who people think they like. When the smoke clears, he's not that person. You get what I'm saying? So if he would have did, you gotta understand. I knew Rakim before anybody. He knew my brother died. He knew I was fucked up. He knew Tacopina was fucked up. He knew a lot of people. He knew everybody's situation. This man is Mr. 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He come around, he tell you, yeah, he gonna fix shit, and you don't even have to put money to fix shit. And then guess what? You don't see Rakim for another 6 months. He got new bodyguards, he in new situations. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he robbed people to sleep so much, how can you even feel sympathy? You get what I'm saying? Because when do I get my sympathy? You get what I'm saying?
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why you don't just take like a couple of eggs and chill? You feel me? Like,
it's not to me. That's not the way how it goes. When you do a lawsuit, I try to do it that way. You see what he said when I sent you that? What's it called?
Yeah, I feel. How about now? You feel me? How about now? You feel me?
It's too late. Like, it's too late. My lawsuit is still there already with the when I went to the lawyers filed gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime.
So there's no way you could like withdraw the lawsuit type of shit and then, you know, or just settle type of shit, you feel me?
No, he was settled, and then that means that I would go to court or wouldn't do anything, and then he have to go against the state, and it would be way less.
Yeah, man.
So that's attempt murder. That's not like me and you chilling together. We had an argument, and then a fight broke out, and the gun came out. He purposely knew what he was doing. Yeah. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic to this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit. If I was to put that out, when I sent you, if I was to put that out to the world, bro, they would laugh at him. I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know but too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rakim. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me. That was the worst thing ever. He should have had somebody who did that because when you do that, that means not only are you jeopardizing your career, you're jeopardizing yourself and everybody you're around. So you gotta take that thought out. Because that's the only way I would think.
Yeah, man.
Like, who gives gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Yeah, niggas like settle, you feel me? Like,
Then none of that could come out. None of that could come out then because I can put it up, but then that's what I'm signing the NDA for, and that's what my lawsuit takes in place. You get what I'm saying?
so why don't niggas just do that? Like, you know,
He's waiting to go to the very hearing because he don't know. Like you don't even know the shit I sent you like that.
I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, so.
I don't even want to know message with Lay like that because he had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Until like some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to the shit.
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, anything that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down at everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you do, you feel me?
Your Honor, I'd ask you to mark the second portion of this call, the transcript as equals 31.
All right, this is what's, the audio is IMG0794.
This is roughly, yes.
All right, so the last transcript is 31.
And it is a short, much shorter call. That was part 2. This one's 07942. This one's 079. Oh, yeah. Yes.
This is part of the August 16th call?
Yes. I think it's, as he said, the end of the call, because he had to cut it up. This one?
I'm trying to think if the niggas could like help out and like try to talk to the nigga. You told me to like,
Bro, you're not even a talkable person, bro. I'm gonna be honest, especially with this type of state of mind. You got 2 more days to you to court.
I mean, I could probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, so.
I don't even want to know message with Lay like that because he had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to the shit.
And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, anything that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just trickled down at everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you feel me?
Everybody who worked for him.
You feel me? So
everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happened to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes down, the niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you say something like, yo, I'm saying, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Yeah, niggas not trying to go to jail, that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas are constantly resolute, but they thinking about how much you want to get and shit, you don't even know.
I already know. I'm in 30 M's.
Yeah. That's crazy, son. That's crazy.
I'm in 30 M's.
Like, you tell me I'm a smart nigga, bro.
I was gonna say, well, what the cops gonna say? You feel me? Because niggas are trying to go to jail type shit. Like,
he's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you go against the state and it's way weaker.
At the court shit, what's going on at court? You feel me? Like the just against the state type of shit.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out, through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Because I'm doing another highway to school accident. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in this answer, but it's not going to be the same when you put it into a jury. You don't have a complaining witness. You get what I'm saying? So now they're going to have to offer him a deal.
You repeatedly, during this conversation, kept going back to saying things like, and could drop the shit, meaning the lawsuit, correct?
Yes, and given how obvious the mediated situation.
Would you agree that with what I just played to you, there are approximately 10 different times where you suggest to Relli that he could drop this shit, drop the lawsuit? Would you agree?
It was an option to mediate the situation, right?
Would you agree that in what I just played you a moment ago, this is on page 4 of the last transcript, he says, like, this ain't something like it was a fight and punching you. I could sue you. You're going to jail, bro. You're fired on me. And you respond, yeah. And not trying to go to jail, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, ends could find some resolution. You are saying to him that ASAP Rocky doesn't want to go to jail, and you are saying you want to find a resolution that involves money, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying when people are charged with things, if they're not guilty, or if they're guilty, sometimes their repercussion is jail. And let me finish. And I personally don't like seeing people go to jail. So.
Do you have a problem with people going to jail if they shoot at somebody?
No.
You don't want to go to jail even for that, correct?
No, if you're guilty of a crime, you should go to jail within the justice system, right?
So your position is, I just want to be clear, because you said both. Your position is that if ASAP Rocky is guilty, if he did this, then he should be convicted.
Objection.
He's already said in his he said previously that he did not want anybody convicted of any crime where they went to jail. This goes to that was the first 5 minutes of his examination. I didn't clarify. So this goes to his bias and
Stop. Read the question back.
Which question?
Can I just re-ask? Make it faster?
Yes, definitely.
Isn't it true that whether he committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted?
Objection.
Let's go Spy.
I think I answered this. If you're committed of a crime, there's repercussions, guilty and not guilty.
You're not answering the question.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
If he committed this crime, isn't it true that even if that's correct, even if he committed the crime, you do not want him to be convicted?
If he committed a crime, then he should be convicted.
And you're saying that's what you want, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you said that you were here to mediate, right?
I think I said it 10 times now.
Yeah, and mediate means you talk to both sides, right?
Yes.
So when you tried to mediate with Terell on May 12th, and then you called the defendant, tell me about the conversation you had with him where you were mediating.
Who's him?
Rocky. Tell me about that conversation.
It's argumentative and he's yelling at me.
Oh, no.
Well, the conversation is I'm hearing his side.
And what was his side? What did he say?
He really just said it was really just an argument, and They felt differences between situations.
He admitted to you that he had shot at Relli, correct?
Incorrect.
Did he ever tell you during that conversation, hey, listen, it was a prop gun? Did he ever say that?
No.
Well, if you're trying to mediate and you're trying to figure out a resolution, and you talk to one party and you've heard what they have to say, then don't you have to go back to ASAP Rocky and say, hey, listen, Relli is saying you shot him. Did you not say that to him?
Mediating sometimes is hearing both sides and giving some options.
So what was the side he gave you for what happened? What did Rocky tell you happened?
I just told you.
No, I want to know specifically, what exactly did he say happened?
The objection, is there a reason he was yellow at the witness?
What exactly did he tell you happened?
I don't recall the specifics. I just told you the general overview.
You don't recall the specifics of whether ASAP Rocky told you whether he shot the defendant or not, the victim or not? You don't recall that?
No.
Answer.
So he might have told you that he shot the victim, you just don't remember. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Well, so you just said you don't remember. Now you're saying, no, he didn't tell me that he shot him. So if you don't remember, how do you know that's not what he said?
Well, I don't want to be wrong.
Well, so that's what I just told you, sir. As you sit here, sir, you said you were trying to mediate this dispute between Rocky and Relli. You talked to Relli, and Relli gave you a lengthy version of what happened on that November night, correct?
Correct.
So my question to you is, if you're going to mediate, you have to have asked Rocky what happened, correct?
Correct.
So what you're saying is, I asked him what happened, but I don't remember what he said, correct?
Correct. I said I don't remember the details.
And let me ask you, if he would have told you, hey, I shot him with a prop gun, you would sure as heck remember that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
So you would not remember if ASAP Rocky was saying, hey, everything Relli said is not true, I shot him with a prop gun.
I don't recall specifics.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relli or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad.
Objection to relevancy of what this witness understands is bad for Rocky. Your Honor, go to let that question go.
That's not speaking objection.
Oh, okay.
The question,
Read that question back.
the question goes to bias. Bias
That's not about bias.
What's that?
That's not about bias. Listen to the question. It's asking for his opinion of what happens to him.
Sir, this is the long speed objection.
The question is designed to elicit an answer, and the answer could go to bias and interest in the result of the trial.
Your question, you read that.
Yes.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relli or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad for you.
It's a fair question.
Yes, I understand.
Is it still your testimony that as you sit here, that you have testified as an unbiased witness? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You said that you don't recall specifically what ASAP Rocky told you during this mediation, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe, as you sit here, whether it's true or not, do you believe that it is reasonable that you can have a mediation with ASAP Rocky about what happened during this incident and you have no memory of what he told you? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Was this a formal mediation, sir? Were you a mediator?
This is leading, this is direct examination.
Was this a formal, you just asked a million questions about this mediation. Were you performing a formal mediation?
No.
Okay. Now, let's get back to something. Sir, you were brought in here by the defense to authenticate 2 tapes, nothing more.
Objection, this is leading.
Why were you brought in here by the defense?
To
That's gonna
verify,
call for speculation.
Overruled.
to verify,
Overruled.
to verify audio that was said by the victim that wasn't me or him.
Okay. That you heard Mr. Ephron say was fake?
Correct. Yes.
That's why you brought here?
Yes.
You were cross-examined for 2+ hours.
Objection, that's already been made.
Sustained.
So all those questions that you just asked for, how many minutes it was, sir?
Objection, argument, question can't be considered.
Right? You can
The
ask
question hasn't been asked yet. The question hasn't been asked yet. It's premature.
All the questions you were just asked by Mr. Lou. Did he once ask you?
Objection, argumentative.
Did he ask the question?
You gotta let him finish the question. You gotta let him finish the question.
You all right?
No, don't talk to each other.
Here's the question. Mr. Lewin asked you once if you fabricated those tapes, like Mr. Ephron swore to the jury.
Objection,
No.
objection, it's irrelevant, it's also outside the scope.
Overruled.
No, I never asked him.
Never asked you that. There's 2 things, by the way, on these transcripts that were played that I would like to just ask you about. I'm not going to replay them because I want to get dry here in 5 minutes, okay? On page 7 of the transcript prepared by the district attorney, which was the May 12th, 2022 transcript. If you find that, let me know, sir. I don't know what it is with them. Do you ever want to say that? May 20.
May 12, 2022, page 7,
Yes, sir. On the top,
line
226.
what does it say?
Where Mr. Ephron says, and this was played right you and the jury, whether I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro, I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking it on the chin. And 2, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire. And then you say N-word. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So there he's telling you he's a millionaire.
Yes.
Mr. Ephron. Are you aware that he testified in this courtroom that what he told you was not true there?
Objection, relevance, it's also improper.
Sustained.
On page 13 of the August 16th, 2022 transcript, and it's the 974-2, like this. 974-2, so August 16th, 2022.
Which page were you at?
Page 13. Again, sir, this was played for you in the jury, and it's not played again, but I'm just going to read it. The top attribution to Mr. Ephron, lines 2 through 6. Mr. Ephron said to you in this recorded call, he chose to do that, like, and you've seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John, trying to figure out what we're going to do here before I even hit up the lawyer or anything. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
And who do you understand John to be?
Rocky's old manager.
Okay. And he's saying here, he hit up John before he even hit up a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. The first question I asked you, one of the snippets I said to you earlier, and it was played in by the district attorney, and don't worry about the transcript, is that Mr. Ephron said to you, you heard in the courtroom, both when I was asking you questions and Mr. Lewin. You know what I'm saying? You asked for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. Remember that?
Yes.
When Mr. Ephron said to you, and you just heard it, I'm getting 30 M's, the DA won't find me, I'll be relaxing on an island. put those words straight, or was that a mistake?
I was gonna start from.
You didn't put those words in sound?
No.
This is outside the scope of cross, I never asked about any, I never asked about any, actual, whether the words were real or not.
All right.
It's outside the scope, motion,
He's not gonna be able to come back for any more questions.
And
Whether it's outside the scope or not, it's a fair question.
Are you sure, sir? You didn't come here to authenticate these tapes. You get 2 business class tickets for 13-hour flights over the 30-second period.
objection,
From Paris.
leading and argument.
Not right.
It's leading.
It is.
Why'd you come here again, sir?
To verify, lies that were told in my name. And
Why?
Because audio was played to the victim and he was saying they were fake, so I wanted to confirm that they were real.
All right, no,
I have 2 questions, Joe. All right.
2?
Yes.
Okay, what's question number 1?
I need
Question
to
number
say
1
what
is?
Question number 1 is going to be, in answering the questions that you were just asked, does any of the questions, do they change what happened on the night of November 6th?
Objection. It's no purpose.
The answer is obviously no.
Well, Your Honor,
Nothing is,
when you say it's obviously no, it doesn't mean.
the question goes without asking, without saying. It can't change what happened in the past. Ask question number 2. It's an irrelevant question.
One moment, Your Honor. As you sit here on that witness stand, answering questions, isn't it true that with every question you've been asked, you have been thinking, how is my answer going to impact whether or not that man is convicted? Yes, sir.
No.
All right, folks, thank you again for staying over. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else, and we will see you tomorrow.
Everyone's,